right now. It's the only show that I've announced in the United States. Code is Andrew. Go get them. And I'll see you guys up there in Providence. We didn't hit Providence last tour. I felt bad about it. Need to give you guys something. So I'll see you soon. Peace.
Also, guys, tour dates. This weekend, Orlando sold out. Sorry. November 21st through 23rd, we have sold out all the shows at Cobb's Comedy Club, but we added one, the 22nd, Saturday, 3 p.m. matinee show. Let's sell that bitch out as soon as we can. December 4th through 7th, we got Irvine. Those and get your tickets, please.
I want to see you, every single person. I want to come shake your hand. I want to shake your hand, all right? New York City, November 11th. I mean, we got Mary Lou. This is a part of the New York City Comedy Festival. It's going to be awesome. We got some of our the best comics in New York are coming to this one. This one we're going all out for. So come to that show. It's going to be great. In other news, I'm also going to Denver, Colorado, Hoboken, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Detroit, Chicago, and many more dates coming in 2026. I cannot wait to see you guys there. Come join me for one singular hour of stand-up comedy. I'm bringing my friends. It's a fantastic show. I'm telling you, it's worth the time. It's worth the money, worth the trip, worth the babysitter, all that. So come out, shake my hand. I'll see you there. Peace.
Yo, Charlamagne's so funny. He's like, because Charlamagne calls shit out and it's just the most hilarious. He's like, yo, when someone is likable, whatever they do is like, it's just the most fly shit. And he's like, yo, if Kamala the night before the election was like at a gay bar in Brooklyn, people are like, what the fuck is this bitch doing?
That's a good
Be
point.
out there on the road. If Cuomo's had some like late night party, but when Zoe does it, it's the flyest shit
Because
ever.
he knows
great point.
everything. He hits everybody. He gets you with the rap shit. He goes to the gay club. He just in touch with all the
Because
shit.
he's likable. Because you
Yeah.
like
That's
him.
part of what makes him likable. He's in touch with every like little group.
Yes, yes.
Nah,
yes.
but
No,
yeah.
he ran a fantastic campaign. I'm just saying,
Flawless.
when you do whatever you do is the hot shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
being young goes a long way too, though. Remember when Hillary went to the bar and she was like pouring up beers and shit, and everyone was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" She tried to make a Pokemon
Take
Go
your tits
thing.
out and slap them together. Fucking science experiment.
Exactly.
You know
That would
what I
go a
mean?
long way.
That's what we want to see.
That would go farther.
We want to see a little SeaWorld with your tits. Is it that hard to ask? You've been Secretary of State, but I haven't seen your tits slapped together like a SeaWorld. Okay, you running the Clinton Foundation, $50 million a year in donations, but I haven't seen. Okay? Voice crack. Is it that much to ask? As an American, as a citizen of the United States of America, someone who was born here? I gotta look at your tits in a pantsuit, not slap it back and forth.
You're crying. It sounds like he's crying right now.
How do we even call this a country anymore? How do we even call it a country? Who would call it a country? Of course we don't got no borders. Of course there's no fucking borders. I put it right on the wall. Myself like Humpty Dumpty. Just sitting on that wall. You know what she would be doing? What would she be doing?
I'll do it.
What would she be doing, Al? She be telling the Mexicans to go fuck back. Why would she be doing that disgusting act? That was hideous.
That was scary.
Why the hell would she be doing that? If she was out there doing that, there'd be a line of 40 million Mexicans thinking it was an horchata parade.
That's haram, bro.
America is finally back.
Yeah.
It really is, dude.
It feels back.
Vibes are up.
It was we got too much right, and there wasn't enough fun. You need like the hall monitors.
Yeah.
That's the Dems are the hall monitors, and it's no fun in the hallway without a monitor somewhere. So we need them to have a little power. And you know, being mayor of New York is the only other position of government that matters.
Yep.
What is everybody else? What do you call them?
Feckless. Per people.
Yeah, I remember that.
Feckless people.
Yeah.
Feckless people.
But does Ted Cruz do anything?
He goes to Mexico. He goes on vacations. Takes a nice little vacation every now and again. But no, he doesn't do much. What about Gavin Newsom?
Nothing.
What does Gavin Newsom want?
Sponsors
Besides
on his
being
podcast.
president. Yeah.
Does he ask him for sponsors?
I mean, he's been running a pod. He probably wants
I
a little
got
bit.
nobody elected.
Wants some views.
So, you know what's crazy?
Maybe a little blue chew.
Yo, the governor of California does a podcast. We got more political power than him. Ain't that crazy?
It is crazy.
I mean, look at us, dude.
Right?
It is crazy. I don't like the amount of power.
Yeah.
I
You're
wake
not
up in the
comfortable with
morning
it.
and I feel uncomfortable.
That's one thing I know about Schultz. He don't like
I
that.
don't like it. I don't want to put my sword on someone's shoulders and then indict them immediately.
No,
Yeah.
I know.
Do you want to do that?
No, I don't know. God.
What do we do? How do we get rid of this?
I think we have to relinquish it.
Oh, okay.
From this day forth,
All right.
I think we have to say we're not getting any more people elected.
I think that's a great stance.
No.
Stamped. That's the stamp. That means the decision is final. That's the gavel.
Straight for
Nah, I'm just kidding. We're going to fuck up elections forever.
Yes.
We're going to fuck up elections as long as there's elections.
Yeah.
What do you guys think will actually happen, though, in all seriousness?
Nothing.
Really?
I pay a little bit more in taxes. You pay a little bit more in taxes. Maybe we get free buses.
Do you
and
think
that's
he'll
it.
even be able to raise the taxes?
I don't know.
think so.
But dude, 1% is not like what are we? Or 2%? It's what, $40,000 for every million you make. That's a chance that's worth taking to not be the exact same.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Al's corporate in Puerto Rico, bro. He's not. Al's
That was a nerve.
Al's not tripping on any of this.
Yeah, the IRS got to check.
It's a little bit away from there, Florida, but you know, who's counting?
IRS got to check on you.
Yeah.
IRS, go check on Alex, man.
I'm
sick of paying all my taxes.
Headquarters in Florida, bro.
Go check on Alex.
Don't do that.
No, like, what do you think he'll be able to do? I think that's the big question. And we asked him that on the pod, but like, what do you think he'll be able to actually get done? And what will?
If he can cut government waste, I'm happy. If he can get some of these consultants out of there, which he might have the power to do. How much did he say it cost to design those trash cans? Which, by the way, do look pretty good. But he said it was like 20 million or something just to design it. If you save us that 20 million, I'm good. I'm happy.
Yeah, I think Trump goes to war with him.
So
I think National
We
Guard.
will fuck the White House up, dog. This is New York City.
We're
Come
storming
on.
it. Yo, we might need to storm it, dude.
Yo.
So here's the question: don't you think that it would be smarter for Trump for him to not go to war at all?
Yep.
Like, I think that Trump should just like keep giving whatever funding he's already given, because if he doesn't go to war at all, if he goes to war, then he's created a boogeyman for Mamdani's supporters.
Yep.
So if
We
Mamdani
couldn't get anything done. Trump got in the way.
Exactly. If Trump doesn't get in the way at all and things don't go well, then Trump just goes and goes, hey, I gave you a fair shot. They didn't go well. Like, why don't you change your policies? Like, don't put your ego in this at all. Like, if you actually care about the people, why don't you do something that will help them? That's not working out.
But that's not Trump, though.
Yeah,
that's
that's
not,
not
that's
gonna
not
happen.
T-Dog.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, the thing that would be the most beneficial.
Yeah.
And then if things actually work out for New York City, Trump just gets to go, I love New York, and it's an important city, and I wanted the people of New York to have the best chance again. I didn't want politics to get in the way. I hate how politicians get in the way.
That would be fire.
That
would.
Yeah, like you know.
I mean, you
no
could
chance.
win if you're Trump in this situation.
There's zero chance that happens. I think I put a
the reason-
$1,000 bet that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Come on, Trump. He wants all the credit for everything,
Yeah.
and you know he's going to try to make New York's life miserable
Yeah.
Yeah,
because they need a boogeyman too.
Who is they?
The right.
The right.
The right
melting
needs a
And so
down.
now this is
$20,000 for every million you make gonna break you, dog. That's gonna break you. How are you gonna survive? Oh, watch this thing fall apart. It's the exact. Remember how sad New York was after Trump won in 2016? Do you remember? Everybody
I
was
don't
just
know, man.
broken,
We
dude.
was popping that. This shit was crazy.
No. But once I left your house,
Once
it
you
got-
left the party,
it got so sad, and that's how the left is acting
sad.
now.
There were people sad. That shit was kind of funny. It was only because of the arrogance that they had going into it.
It was
Yeah.
funny, dude. You have to
Yeah.
book the Javits Center with the glass ceiling because we're gonna break through it.
God.
Hillary, you fucking loser.
I know, man.
Unbelievable, dude. And then just watching them fucking go home was unbelievable.
That would have been a fun party to go to, though.
Oh, it
That would have been kind of fun. To DJ that party would be awesome. Oh my god, just Mad World nonstop. It would be fucking unreal. I
But
would
yeah,
like-
watching the right is doing the same thing now.
Yeah.
And they're acting like they're so different. Oh, this city's gonna slide in. A bunch of people who don't live here texting me.
Yeah.
Bro, they're obsessed, bro.
The city's gonna, what is it? Gonna fall apart.
I think he'll get the buses done and the rent freeze
What makes you think he'll get the buses done?
because it's not that costly, and they've already figured out ways to get the funding for that one.
Interesting.
that doesn't involve raising taxes. So
If he
that's like
does
the
that,
first thing he's gonna do.
he's done it. Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that will make him
I
the
don't think
best
that-
mayor. I think his base will be happy enough if he does that.
So the question is, does his base? The question is, does his base actually want these things and need these things to survive, or these things somewhat performative and acts of rebellion against the status quo?
I think more the former than the latter.
Okay, so if they need them to survive, then like I've seen like the Zoran supporters, right? Like most of these people I would imagine are like people who have moved to New York City. They're coming here to try to achieve their dreams. In a lot of ways, kind of like you guys, right? And it's like coming here to achieve their dreams. They're not only in creative fields, but they can be in other fields. And maybe things haven't worked out for them just yet, and they're looking for a little bit of an extension on the time that they can go after it. Right? They have $200,000 worth of student loans. They got all this other stuff that's like really getting in the way of them potentially achieving these dreams. And so I don't think being able to take the bus for free is going to change their life.
No.
So that's why I don't think that the bus thing. I actually think the buses helps like real New Yorkers who are poor people who are living like check to check and government assistance. Like that helps actual poor people. But like the 20 to 29 or the 20 to 34-year-olds that are like pseudo creative directors and these types of like kind of pseudo artist people, they don't ride the bus like that.
Yeah, but he needed to do something to hit each group. So the buses are for the poor people.
Right.
The rent freeze and I think even the supermarkets are going to be for middle class. Because imagine if I can have my choice of a Trader Joe's or a government-run supermarket, they sell the same eggs, but these eggs are $4 cheaper, I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
And then there's going
I
to be a
think
line
also
around the
if you-
block, and then everybody has to drop their prices in order to compete.
Yeah.
I think we're in a place where the expectation for politicians or the hope for a politician is not even that you help us anymore. It's just stop helping only the rich people.
Yeah, I think that's a great way
And
to
I
put it.
think if I'm a guy who looks at people who are struggling, I'm like, you know what? They got free buses, even if I don't need them. That's, oh my God, somebody finally fucking did that for those
I
people.
think it's kind of symbolic. They're just like, who's going to piss off Trump the most?
I think
that's part of it.
Can you speak on that a little
I
bit?
feel like there's a sense of like, okay, Trump, like there's people in New York that are like, Trump is a dictator, he's going to take over the country, da da da. Who can we elect that's going to like actively aggravate that?
Yeah.
And Zoran's made it very clear, like, yo, I'm going to go against it. Cuomo gets endorsed by him. It's like, he's not going to do it. And Sliwa, people don't know, he's still battling the mob. So no one knows exactly what's happening. But they're like, this guy's going to just make his life hell. And symbolically, he represents everything that he wants.
Yes.
So I think there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, the buses are cool, da da da. It feels like it's symbolically helping like the poor working class, but more so, it's like fuck Trump.
I think that this is a component that is not spoken about enough. I think New York has always been unaffordable, and that's one of the things about New York. Like New York didn't become too expensive this year or the year before. Like we've always talked about how expensive New York is. Maybe it's become disproportionately so over the last 6 years, right? Like we talked to Zorn about that. It's like I think 2 bedrooms are up 90% in 6 years, something crazy. But I do think that there is, to what you're talking about, like let's call it like the identity politics bubble that was like really just mushed into the ground by MAGA. Right, like the MAGA victory and like every single swing state and like the absolute dominance in the election was this message like, yo, the pronouns are gone. You're not doing any of that shit. It's kind of dead, right? And I think those people have been incredibly upset, angry, and aggravated, and they like standing for someone who seems like is going to have their back. And what's very interesting is Mamdani didn't even really talk about identity politics on the issue. He kind of like really ran a Bernie campaign. Yeah. Like Bernie don't give a fuck about if you're gay or not. He said it as much on the pod. He goes, who cares if you're gay? You're a good person or not. But Zoran already checks off multiple of the identity politics. Immigrant, brown, African, Muslim. Right? Like, so he's already part of the community and his politics reflect the community. So it's very interesting, like simply by subscribing to him, you are rejecting MAGA.
I
You
think
know, like, and I think that that's not talked about enough. I think people made it just about affordability, but there's a lot of people like the people kind of queening out about it.
Yeah.
Like, I never met a broke gay guy. I never met one. I don't even think they exist. I really don't know. They're not spending money just to get pussy.
Here's what I was thinking, Matt. I
So
think
you know, so I really feel, just to butt it up, like I really do feel like he was able to galvanize that community as well.
yes, as well as what I
As
would
well,
say.
it's
Yeah,
not
I think-
only
2008 to 2016, conservatives got fucking mushed into the ground. PC politics went up, went
Yes,
up, went up.
yes, yeah.
And part of Trump's appeal was the absolute rejection of that.
Yeah.
And it will piss off these left-wing people who are
Yeah.
telling us we can't say XYZ. So that exists.
We're making fun of us for being dumb every single
Yeah.
night on TV.
Oh, yeah, you don't
And
get
then
it. You're
Trump
so
starts to
stupid.
make fun of them, and it's like, ooh, that revenge feels
Yeah,
great.
it feels nice.
Who
And
cares
Zoran,
about that other stuff? Yeah.
That is a factor. I think overall it was, like you said, the past 6 years, prices have gone up. A box of cereal by my house is $10.
Yeah, there's no question
and
the
it's like-
prices are absurd, and he tapped into
And
that
this is what I said this before. What people don't understand is your entire policy cannot be that guy bad. Cuomo offered nothing. A single person, people I know who were dying for Cuomo to win, can't name a single policy of his.
Yeah,
They don't know anything.
yeah.
Zoran, even if they're not achievable, okay, rent freeze, the grocery stores, government-owned grocery stores, the free buses. We know something. This is the same thing that happened with Trump when they ran Hillary against him and when they ran Kamala against him. Your entire campaign was that guy's bad.
Yeah.
It just won't work.
And
And
that's
that's why I
why-
think people are going to realize. They're like, I'm not doing this guy's bad.
And that's
not-
why I kind of push back on Marks, because I don't think a lot of the people who voted really cared to vote in somebody who's going to battle Trump. They just wanted to vote for somebody who's looking out for them. And I think a lot of the middle, like Trump, gained ground here in New York because he was speaking to, hey, I'm going to lower cost of food and all this type of shit. So he just spoke to those same people. And he was like, yo, we've seen Trump. It's been a year so far. He hasn't done anything to bring things in that direction. I'm going to just try on this other guy.
And to add to
I
that
think
point, that
that's-
Israel moment was like a watershed moment
Yeah.
for Zoran.
Yeah.
Because he was like, nah, I'm worried about people here. And we were like, oh, look at that. He's worried about us.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Because this is the biggest voter turnout since like the 1960s or something like that. Like he got a lot of people out of the house.
I guess I'm talking about the symbolic part from like the Bushwick white girl that's like a creative director whose
maybe
like
that.
dad works at some big company and she moved here 4 years ago. Like
Like
that.
she's not affected by the price of rent because her dad pays it. Her rent is always frozen.
She loves
at zero.
cosplaying broke. though.
You know what I mean? Like, but yet she is like really impassioned about this.
Yeah.
So like understanding why I think is important. I think Mark tapped into it 100%.
And I think it's like, yeah, we get to help the poor people, whatever, but it's like,
Which is part of her identity also.
yeah, exactly.
Like,
But it's
As well. I think as well as it's part of it.
Yeah,
It is
they
a part
got
of
her in college. They Marxist her up in college.
Yes, bro. She got liberalized.
She got liberalized in college.
Yeah.
You know, came to New York.
She's gay now.
She's gay now.
Yeah.
Couldn't make it.
Is she single?
Because it is interesting. It's like I haven't seen a lot of like support for Zoran from like actual New Yorkers. And I'm not saying that to undercut him, but like what I mean by like an actual New Yorker is like somebody who was born here. The fuck you? Yeah, but you're performative. This is what we're saying. Like, like you want to be at the party.
So this is
I was a Bernie bro. I like AOC.
What's an actual New Yorker for you? To you?
Me.
You grew up in a beach community. You grew up near the ocean.
You're barely in New York.
You grew up near the
New
ocean.
Yorkers are people who grew up in the boroughs, not Manhattan.
There's only one city.
And
when he
Only
does
one
that,
New York
anyways,
City.
I know,
It's only one New York City.
This kind of, I don't think this is fully fair, but this is kind of what Andrew was
So
saying.
what am I saying?
How long? If this is a poll, how long have you lived in New Yorker? Or how long have you lived in New York City? Less than 5 years, 5 to 10, 10 plus, and then I was born in New York City. The blue is how many people voted for Zoran, percentage-wise, and the gray is Cuomo. So 45% of people born in New York City voted for Cuomo versus 34% born in New York City voted for Zoran. I also think some of that is just a lot of those people are probably older.
If you're less than 5 years in New York City, 83% of them voted for Zoran.
Yeah.
Here's what I would say:
'cause we
10
can go
plus
back.
years, but not born here. 10 plus years, but not born here.
No, but this is a really important point.
What?
If you're here less than 5 years,
yeah.
you voted for Zoran. This is the exact thing we're saying. There's no cost to this not working out to you because you'll go home. This is really not your home. This is a dream or a rite of passage, or it's a beautiful thing. We want the whole world to come here. But I want you guys to come here. I want everybody who has a dream to come to New York. But if it doesn't work out, you'll go home. So this is a fun little experiment for you. Like, yeah, maybe the rent will freeze, blah, blah, blah. And if it doesn't work out and things do happen, which I don't think it will, by the way. But if it was to go horribly wrong, you would just move back to Dallas or you move back to Tennessee or move back to wherever the
That
fuck
makes
you're from.
sense. I think you're right.
We don't get to do that. So that's why I think you see a lot more New Yorkers like, New York is rough and that kind of shit, but like, I'm not rolling the dice on whatever communism, whatever the fuck they say about him, because I can't go nowhere else.
Here's
Yeah,
what
but
I'll push
I
back a
would
little
say
bit.
to
I think
that-
you're right. What you say? Sorry. I think 5 to 10 years, you're pretty much here. 10 plus years, you got roots here. You're probably not leaving. And both of those groups still voted heavily in favor of
But
it.
you're not a New Yorker.
I also think born and raised New Yorker. I will never say I'm a New Yorker, but I'm here. I'm not leaving. As much as I keep saying I'm going to, I haven't left yet.
You would
I'm
leave in a
dying to.
heartbeat.
I'm dying to.
You got no roots to New York.
My whole in-laws are here, idiots.
Nah, you want to go to a
My
Muslim
nieces are
country,
here.
bro. You're trying to go to London. You're trying to go to London
Yeah,
immediately.
you want to go
Son,
to
you know
London.
what keeps us here? My stupid nieces. They're all here.
Nah,
You would move.
you're gonna take them to London, bro.
Ah,
You're
don't
gonna
put
job
my
them up.
heart. Their parents are idiots for raising
You're
us.
gonna job in the whole fam in
My
London.
niece's stupid parents, I should say.
I'll be honest.
There we go.
I'm very impressed. I was born in New York City, 34%.
That's what I'm saying.
That
Also,
number's
here's the other
that
thing.
number's really good.
The other thing is a lot of those people born in New York City are probably older, and older people just tend to be more conservative in general. So I think the 45% is some of that you got to account for.
And name recognition. If you're born
Also
here,
a good
you've
point.
heard Cuomo your whole life.
Yeah.
Fart
So
out.
some people just
Fart.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So a lot of people just get in the shit and they see a name they recognize and vote.
Yeah, and they're easier to scare with, oh my God, communism, socialism.
Yeah.
Squeeze it out.
No, I think that's fair.
I think what you said is fair about less than 5 years for sure. That's a great point. And it probably still applies at 5 to 10. I think 10 plus for the most part, you're not. Most of them aren't going anywhere. Most of them are here.
Yeah. You might not be.
And then I think born in New York City, 34% is not bad, and a lot of those people
That
are
number
probably
is
older.
very impressive. That number is very
He
impressive.
beat the shit out of the guy. Every Sliwa voter voted for Cuomo, he still loses.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's
That's the
Sliwa
thing we're
right
not
now?
talking
Does he
about.
know it's over?
Yeah.
I feel like he's still out there.
He's on the subway looking for vigilantes, looking for criminals. And
No, but this
go
is
around-
this is what he does every 4 years.
concession
He
speech
runs
was a threat.
every 4 years.
I'll vote for him next time. I will. I'll run it. I'll run it for Sliwa.
Did we
next time.
talk about it? No, we talked about Brilliant Idiots. About how, like, I don't think he really wanted to win.
Yeah.
Talk about it here, too?
On Patreon. Yeah.
Oh, we did on Patreon, yeah.
yeah, because he refused to come on Flagrant. There's only one way you win.
Well, he asked. The team reached out, and then I was hitting up his. And again, this is all like, what is the word we use?
Speculative?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, but it's not alleged because I said it.
Speculative?
Yeah, I'm speculating on their decisions. This is not facts. Don't sue us. But I reached out, tried to get him on, and then the campaign director, whoever it was I'm connected to, is just reading Texas, but not sending anything back. This is the biggest platform in New York City. Like, why would you not want to go on a few weeks before
Yeah.
the election? Unless, and this is how I would speculate. I'd be like, maybe he's like, I'm not going to duck out of the election. I already said I won't go anywhere. But what I will do is not do any big press before to not chip away any more at Cuomo. I'll kind of like hide the last 2 weeks. Or someone got right to his campaign guy and said, yo, I'll give you X amount of money. Just don't say yes to any more big interviews before we want to see if we can do this. Because to me, it makes zero sense. If you reached out originally, we're reaching out trying to get you on, and you're reading the text and you're not even responding.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What could you possibly do? Like, let's look at the media the last 2 weeks before the election.
There was the debate.
No, it was even after. Oh, no, sorry, it was right. There was one more debate, and then nothing else. Like,
Yeah. Kind of a smart play though. Every 4 years you run and then just get paid to bounce.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
The whole family working for the campaign. And I got a lot of respect for Kurt. Like, yeah, he put the work in on the street. Like, he definitely is protecting people. I don't think people maybe even understand his history, but girls
What is his
feeling
history?
like the guardian angels. Like, if you're a chick walking down the street, you feel unsafe in the neighborhood, they'll just walk you home. Like, it was amazing. Like, so it's like an amazing contribution to the city for nothing.
Yeah.
And like.
What are you laughing at?
I mean, Schultz said it was impressive that he taught Puerto Ricans not to catcall. Like that
did.
is impressive to do.
He did.
He got him in.
He got him to not cackle.
Really?
But then they find out where you live.
When they retire.
Exactly. So then when they stop being the guardian angels, it is what it is.
right, guys, let's take a break for a second. It's Men's Health Awareness Month. Talkspace wants to know how you feel. Guys, this November, prioritize your health by prioritizing your mental health with Talkspace. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry are covered by many insurance plans and by many employers. Most insured members have a $0 copay. Talkspace makes getting help convenient because you can make your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. You can even talk it out between sessions by sending text, video, or audio messages to your therapist. There's more to Men's Health Awareness Month than just mustaches.
That's true.
I felt personal. Whoever's writing this copy for Talkspace. Talkspace is here to help you with the therapy on your terms. As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/flagrant and then enter the promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE 80 to match with a licensed therapist. Today, go to Talkspace.com/flagrant and enter the promo code SPACE80. I need to tell you all about Groons, okay? These are these delicious gummies I've been telling you guys about for months now, okay? This isn't just a multivitamin. Okay, Groons combines greens, prebiotics, vitamins, and minerals into one daily pack of 8 gummies. It's everything your body needs, and it actually tastes good. Here's what I'm trying to say. You're going to take these supplements no matter what. Why wouldn't you take them in the most delicious form, which is gummy bears? It's fantastic. You're getting 20 plus vitamins and minerals, 60 plus whole food ingredients, and real benefits from gut health, immunity, energy, skin, and brain function. And they got low sugar and sugar-free options, so you're not loaded up on junk while trying to be healthy. Plus, they've got Groons Kids, same all-in-one nutrition built for your little ones with support for immunity, brain development, and growth. They're vegan, gluten-free, nut-free, no artificial colors or flavors, and more bioavailable than pills. So your body actually absorbs what you're taking. Perfect for the fall, perfect for the winter, perfect for the spring, perfect for the summer. Just throw a pack in your gym bag. Throw a pack in your work briefcase. You take a briefcase to work. You're from the past. You put it wherever you need. Go to Grooms.co. Use the code FLAGRANT and get up to 52% off Grooms, your whole nutrition routine simplified.
Have you seen any funny Zoran memes?
No, not yet.
I mean, just people just posting just 9/11 footage, being like, how quickly we forget.
Man, that shit.
I mean, bro. They're like, bro, he's gonna do this again from the inside.
That shit is fucked
I
up.
mean, come on.
That shit is fucked up. How we gonna let him do it again? How we gonna let him do it again? The guy was 13 years old, something like that. You know what I mean? He's a mastermind of 9/11 at 13 years old. This guy's truly a genius.
Bro, I saw once that Zoran's mom looked at the election results and was just like, you're only a mayor? That's pretty funny.
Son mayor at 34. And somebody said that's brutal for all brown kids.
Yeah.
Zoran's mayor of New York City is only 34 years old. But he's not president. He's not old enough.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Yo, that's a good point. Oh, you think Trump tries to deport him?
Yeah. Nah, you can't deport him.
You've been here too long.
I don't like that. Like,
I hope he can't.
mind his business on that shit. Like, don't get in his way. Let him try to do his things. If the things don't work, there you go. You can campaign on that if you're Trump.
Yeah.
If the things ain't working, it is what it is.
It's funny you said you can campaign. Like, we're just assuming he's running again. It's the third time.
Why wouldn't he run?
Look at the.
Why wouldn't he run?
Because he
Not
can't.
allowed to.
Nah. You just have JD run as president, Trump runs as vice, and then JD steps down.
I don't think
JD
you can-
seems
I don't
like the
think you can
type
do
of
that.
guy who ain't gonna. He'll pretend he's on board with that and then marry Eric Quirk and then.
Yo, that shit is foul, too. The internet is nasty.
It's wild, bro.
It's
It's
nasty.
a wild place
Yeah,
out
dude.
there.
Yeah.
They're trying to make Usha Christian all of a sudden.
That's my hot take. That before JD runs, Usha converts to Christian.
Yeah.
Ooh.
See that.
Would you give it another look?
But that was kind of foul of him to just like
What?
throw her on the bus like that.
What do you mean?
No, he went.
You said I hope she converts to Christianity.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course he does.
Bro, what was that combo like when they got back in the car? Because he says that shit, and then the next day he's like, Usha has no plans to convert to any other religion.
He said that?
Like the next day, like I'm pretty sure like his office put out a statement, and I'm bro.
telling you, you think Indian women's a game. Yeah, I ain't ready. This guy said, fuck being president, dude. I just wanted to listen to this bitch no more.
Like, baby, I know, I just said it. I didn't know. I was just in the moment.
Yeah.
Like, I'll tweet it. I'm sorry. So him trying to cap with this girl in the back of an SUV is the funniest thing in the world.
my
son.
God.
Vice President of the United States of America getting bitched at by his wife. Like, I know, I fucked up. It's so funny.
You saw that hug. You're like, yo, why the fuck this bitch hand was in your hair, yo?
It was an accident. She's shorter than me. I didn't know.
It's also their Secret Service, so it's not like an Uber driver you're never gonna see again.
Oh yeah,
You're
he
fighting
sides
for
Oh,
with
dude,
this
I would
guy.
love to get a
every
Secret
day.
Service guy to just tell us all the tea on whoever president they
Bro,
picked.
do they sign an oath? They sign an NDA probably.
Yeah, they must.
Must, right?
Probably some HIPAA shit.
You think Trump should take over the Knicks?
Take over for the
I feel like that's what he's saying with this. He's saying he wants the Knicks, dude.
What is he saying right here?
Don't forget who's daddy.
Who daddy is.
New York, don't forget who's daddy.
See, this is what we need. We need a little parody.
It's like the NFL. It's like a salary cap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Little parody.
That's the problem. Like Democrats, like, get your fucking shit together, you losers. We actually want you guys to be in power, at least have some power, so there can be like a fun little balance, and then nothing really gets done, but everybody eats. This is the American way.
It's true.
Nah, we coming.
Who you got? What's gonna happen?
AOC's gonna take Schumer out of there.
I don't know.
Yep.
What is it for? What position? I don't even know.
Oh, Jeffries is gone.
Oh, okay.
I don't know when his reelection.
But still, like, he's out of here, right?
Probably, but he got some strong allies.
Yeah,
on
but
his
that
side.
shit might be Nick Fuentes getting them out of the paint. Nick not playing games. with
Pocket
that
watching
shit.
everyone.
Oh my god.
7,000 here, 7,000 there.
Yo, it is true or no? You get paid a little $7 grand?
We should find out.
I ain't got no $7 grand.
Yeah, let's look into it. Let's just see.
7 is kind of light.
That's light, dog. Come, we get people elected over here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but
Look,
the
I'm
same
for
stuff.
sale, but like,
But the number got to be right.
Yeah.
bro.
7 figures.
Is
Come
it
talk
like
to me.
each thing good you say?
Oh,
like-
you can rack them up.
Yeah, or it's just per episode.
I think it's per post is what they were saying.
So every time you post, it's $7 grand.
That's come on, step it up.
Yeah.
Step it up.
7 is light, bro.
Manscaped pays
they
more
be
than that.
tweeting a lot though.
Yeah.
Tweeting a lot. One thing.
What's Kalshi saying? Who will be the next speaker of the house?
Now they're saying Hakeem.
Ain't no way.
Jeffries.
Ain't no way. He's out of here, bro. That guy's
Jordan.
That's Charlemagne's fault.
Charlemagne cooked him with the 8-pack Shakur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fire.
He is.
That's his fault, motherfucker. You saw when he was hiding behind him when he was in a picture with BB. But he's
No.
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's like a group of Dems and Republicans, and he's just like hiding in the back.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yo, why does
These
Trump
guys
keep giving press conferences stepping out of the bathroom?
That's fire.
Like, why? Like, he's like in a doorway every time I see a clip
You
of
talking
him.
about the plane?
That's on the
Yeah, he's just like popping out, just like, all right.
Because he
That's
loves
his
chopping
off.
it
Yeah,
up.
it's like, why is
He
it
loves
like,
chopping
yo,
it
we
up.
invaded Nigeria. Anyway, have a safe flight and
Took
just
that-
bounces.
Yeah.
That's out of Schultz's book.
What?
You ever see someone walk down the
Oh.
hallway to the bathroom? Someone's talking to Schultz through the door.
Yeah.
I saw his buddy come in to hang with him, and Schultz was like, "Yo, talk to me."
Bro.
He's standing outside the door of the bathroom. Schultz is
love
there.
this.
Just leaning outside the door frame. This is kind of where the best combos happen, though, you know? You're trying to leave, and you're like, all right, one more thing. By the way, grab the frame a little bit. I mean, it's just fire. Wait, are they flying?
Yeah,
They're flying.
press flies.
They're in the air.
Wait, the press is with them?
Yeah, the press
come
flies.
on.
I
Air
didn't-
Force One.
I didn't know that.
It's a quiet plane.
I mean, that's.
Y'all gotta watch this.
I didn't know they fly with them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole,
I didn't
the
know
whole
that.
set of press flies to all the places he
Do
goes.
you think he chooses, or just any old?
Press secretary and a bunch of press every
That's
time.
so funny.
And then they do pressers on the plane, and then they ask questions like the press secretary will ask questions.
I feel like that tilts the balance of power a little bit.
They get itineraries of what's going on that day.
How and what way?
You ever been on someone's plane and they're talking to you? You're like, yeah, whatever you. I agree. Yeah. Like, if I'm on someone's plane, I'll be like, yeah, whatever you say. Bro. Nigeria needs it.
Is this the plane from the Qataris?
Nah, they didn't fit that one just yet. I think.
nah.
What is that one doing?
It's getting in the World Cup in 2042, probably.
Oh, really?
But
What
does
is
America decide that?
No, I'm guessing.
Uh.
I was throwing out some shit.
I mean, it's just fire. Giving press conference on your own planes.
Qatar already had the World Cup.
I know.
Yeah. All right, well,
Saying it was a bribe.
Got it.
it'll be fun to see. Yo, you seen Barron Trump making crazy money allegedly
Doing what?
on the crypto shit?
You mean all the Trumps making crazy?
Put me on.
Allegedly.
Put me on.
Allegedly.
How? Put me on.
Allegedly.
How?
That like, bro, I mean, Coffee Zilla just did something about it. But basically, it was like the day before Trump announced like some tariff stuff, there was like a crazy position put on Bitcoin, and it like tanked, and that account made like 150 mil in a day.
Could you
And then-
slide back a little bit, my boy?
And then he did another tariff thing like right after and made another crazy amount. And people are speculating that's Barron Trump, allegedly.
I mean, look, you got to be mad at both him and Pelosi. You can't just choose one.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Politicians need to start waving different because Zoran was doing that shit yesterday, and I was like, "Yo,
Not
move
now.
the hand."
Not
a
now.
little bit.
doing
yeah,
that
he
shit.
kept doing it. I'm like, "Yo, just move it a little bit more."
See, if you like somebody, it's all right.
Yeah.
If you
Nah,
like somebody,
I was
it's okay.
Way more
He
Indian.
started
You want it to
waving.
be more
He
Indian.
started waving.
Yeah.
If he ain't waved, he was gonna get shit tomorrow. They ain't looking for anything right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, well, what's going on outside of politics?
Bro, you seen the Louvre heist?
Yeah, I heard they put some woman in charge of security, and then she got jacked immediately. Probably stole them herself, greedy ass bitch. What was it? Jewelry or paintings?
Jewelry.
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 Go to her. Go to her house.
hear about
Go to her house.
Bro, this story is just awesome. It's just proof that magic still exists in the world. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Just a bunch of hot guys broke into the Louvre.
How do you know they're hot?
They got photos allegedly that I seen. And they are hot. Pull them up. Pull up the photos. They're legit so hot. One of the
Oh,
guys
shit.
is like
Watch your hand, yo.
He's well,
Come
no,
on,
no, no.
Zoran.
I know.
I hit
Yeah,
it
see,
like
it's like you
I
got
hit it like this, bro. It's the communist way. But they showed a video of him. Apparently, he's like a dirt biker. Is the word. That he's like a
he's
dirt
not a
biker.
dirt biker.
He's a dirt biker from like. He's a dirt biker from a
Come
rough
on.
neighborhood, bro. And he snuck in on a cherry picker.
What race?
I hate that you don't watch movies.
This
Place
is
Beyond the Pines.
Place Beyond the Pines. I know. Jake Gyllenhaal. Whatever.
Oh,
Ryan
I
Gosling.
hate-
Type shit.
I hate that Scooter and Sydney getting paparazzi while taking perfect pictures on a rock in Central Park. That's what the fuck I hate. Scooter, cut that shit out, bro. Cut that shit out, Scoot.
Yeah, bro, they snuck in, stole a bunch of Napoleon's wives, exes, like jewelry and shit, escaped, dropped one of them while they were escaping.
No way.
Yeah.
So they got away with it?
100 mil. And then they were caught like a week later
Where'd they catch him?
at their apartment. Just chilling.
Did they get all the jewels back?
I think so, yeah. Or no, there's still like one thing that's gone, and then one of the guys is still at large. One of the dudes that was a part of it that like planned it. But like they popped in, snuck away on a motorcycle.
Oh, he got nice eyes.
It's just like a movie. This shit is fire.
Nah, he's handsome.
Right? Why are you not excited by
Is
this?
he Arab?
I think North African. Or like of North African
Algerian.
descent.
Yeah.
Algerian.
I mean, if he's
Algeria.
committing crime in France, it's gotta be from a grab.
Not in Zoran's New York, bro. You can't say that, bro. That's
Nah.
Nah, he's getting in here, dude. Amnesty.
Yeah, oh true.
What's this right here? Louvre heist? That's how they did it?
That's them
Yeah.
escaping.
No, that they backed a truck up and they wore safety vests to look like they knew what they're doing. They had a guy with a clipboard and
Yep.
everything.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Back that shit up.
It's
and
worth
then they-
80 million?
100 mil. It's like 100.
Why were they still at their apartment?
How do you
a week
sell it?
later?
I don't know.
I
I think
know.
That's why they
about
stole
that.
jewels.
I know about that.
Black market?
Ew.
Talk to me.
Black market.
You know what? Thank you. I didn't get it until you said that.
Nah, it's tricky. It's like buying a dinosaur skull. You gotta do it illegally.
That's why they did jewels.
So there are people that want dinosaur skulls, but you shouldn't be able to buy them. They should be in museums and other places. So you gotta buy it illegally, and you gotta buy it from someone who's not gonna say that you bought it. Very difficult to buy a dinosaur skull.
Who do you know is buying a dinosaur?
This contract, I feel like this is very personal.
Yeah.
I did try. Very difficult and very expensive and highly risky because you have to do your own tests on it to make sure it's an actual dinosaur skull and not something crafted plaster.
How do you test it?
Sorry?
How do you test
Carbon
it?
dated.
I've carbon dated it. I screamed into it.
Played it like a shell.
I did. I played it like a shell. That often works. There are other tests that I don't want to tell you because they'll probably find a work for that.
Yeah, true.
But I did try to purchase a dinosaur skull. I will not say whether I did or didn't because it's illegal to own something that powerful. Nicolas Cage blew $150 million on a dinosaur skull. Pygmy heads in 2 European castles. See? A lot of smart, dignified people that were not addicted to drugs would do things like that. Okay?
Yo, pygmy heads and European castles.
Gotta get some pygmy heads, bro.
I wonder if he threw that in. Like,
You never stressed out. You just want to roll some pygmy heads around your paw.
Yeah, just as a little add-on. Like, look, if you take these two skulls,
my
Dave, I'll
God.
throw in some pygmy skulls on the side.
I need to see a dinosaur skull. Anyway, yeah, you got to find a buyer who's got crazy money and is willing to be discreet. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. You drink energy. What the hell are you fueling? Okay, Black Rifle's coffee energy drinks hit hard, guys. 200 milligrams of naturally sourced caffeine, 0 sugar, and they give back to veterans. Not with the tweets, but with real dollars. This Veterans Week, they're teaming up with Forgive CO and Born Primitive to eliminate up to $25 million of medical debt for those who serve. Bravo. We like that. We like that. From November 7th to 11th, 100% of the profits from every product sold at blackriflecoffee.com helps fund it. That's real energy, real impact. Freedom punch.
That's badass right there, dude.
Tastes like a roundhouse to communism. Damn right. Hit up blackriflecoffee.com. Use the code FLAGRANT for 30% off. That's FLAGRANT for 30% off. Freedom.
What's up, Noodle Dicks? We got to talk about Blue Chew. You know what the blue light means. These are our guys. They have been riding with us longer than any other sponsor. Riding. Get it? Anyway, your dick game is not where it could be. Most likely. You probably think that shit is good, but it's not. You know what I mean? You're just giving mediocre dick. Your dick gets under the bench press. It's not lifting Conor McGregor weights. It's lifting fucking 2 5s on the side of the bar. You look like a bitch. Now when you get Blue Chew, hey man, that's the stuff. That's a performance enhancing drug that's legal. And we got a special special deal, as always, for Flagrant listeners. You can get your first month for free if you use the promo code Flagrant at checkout. You just got to pay $5 for shipping. That's it. So go to bluechew.com/flagrant. Use the promo code Flagrant. Read all the important safety information, all that shit. But if it's good for her, it's good for you. You need to get that chew. Let's get back to the show. Who did they steal these jewels from?
Who would they steal the Jews from?
Like, who did the Louvre? Where did they get the jewels?
It was Napoleon's wives.
And then where did they get the jewels?
They stole from India, bro. Probably.
That's what's up. I'm hype about
They
this.
didn't do that, yeah.
I'm hype. I hope the
They stole
Ambanis
it. It was
buy
Africa.
them all
It was
back.
Africa. It was
Buy
Africa.
them all back, yo.
They probably got them from the French diamond mines.
It was
I hope
definitely.
Wakanda buys all them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
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 They just stole the stolen shit, really.
Yeah, get your get back.
Which is like, what's the law on that?
Yeah. Why are you even looking for these guys?
Yeah, right?
Even Stevens.
Especially the guy's African. The guy that stole him he's taking him home.
Wow.
It's magic, bro.
God bless.
He's a dirt biker the whole time. Just add that in. Yeah, exactly. It's badassery right there. That's some real
They found
badassery.
him at the airport. That's where he was arrested with a one-way ticket to Algeria.
Damn.
Respect.
Well, I thought they didn't get arrested.
No. There's one of them.
One guy's at
there's
large.
A
yeah,
part of
there's
the
like
commando team, as they call it.
yeah.
That's crazy.
There was a
Yeah, robbing museums is kind of
shit is fire, bro.
Yeah.
it's kind of okay.
It's like
Yeah.
guilt free.
It's guilt free.
Because y'all stole that shit.
Yeah.
Especially
Stealing it
because
back.
sometimes it helps. You ever
Except
heard
it's
of
a dinosaur skull. That's not stolen. That's God's property.
Yeah, that's true. There-
Yeah,
That's the one thing
Unless you steal
shouldn't
it from
have.
one of us, allegedly.
You should really return the dinosaur skull.
chill. There was a Louvre heist back in the 1900s. You know what happened there? A
Mona
guy
Lisa
came
got
in.
stolen.
Mona Lisa got
Mona
stolen.
Lisa wasn't even a coveted piece of art until it got stolen.
Gone for 2 years. Empty frame. People would come and take photographs of empty frame, and then they found it 2
I had
years
a
later.
nocturnal emission last night.
To Mona Lisa.
I
He was
was
saying about Da Vinci Code. Fucking queer.
balls deep in the Mona Lisa. bro. It was crazy.
That would be fire. Honestly, think about
It
it.
was crazy.
Dude, your brain's its own AI.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It is.
Isn't this
Yeah,
crazy? The Mona Lisa wasn't even it wasn't a hot piece until it got stolen. Nobody
Because it's
cared.
mid.
Yeah, but that's to your point. The only reason it's because it got stolen. Then
Wait
the
a
story.
minute. Somebody
happened.
stole the Mona Lisa?
This guy is stupid, man.
Can we get Mona Lisa Rule 34?
Somebody's not. Hey, I'm being serious right now. Did somebody steal that shit?
Yes, bro.
1911.
No.
That makes you so mad.
Oh, that's goes to show us his dream.
That was
No,
me.
go to the right.
That was
go to
me.
the right. There you go.
That's
Bro.
Too many lines on the soles of her
Yeah, the
feet. What's
bottom
going
bit
on?
works.
What's got
It works.
binded or
Let's
what?
see that
Some of
little Pixar bubble she got right there.
yeah, that's actually a nice one.
Yeah, go
That's
to
a
that
nice
one right there. Golly.
Yeah, bro.
Golly.
They give Da Vinci all this credit when this fucking guy with the AI is so much
Yeah.
better.
Yo, go back up. Go back up. Right there. That one right there. With her cheeks full. No. The left one.
Come
The
on,
left
bro.
one right there. That was crazy. Look how full her cheeks are. That's crazy. She huffs and she puffs and she blows. That's
man.
bananas.
That's fire, dude.
This shit is bananas.
Yo.
Whoa.
The Mona Lisa Hillary Clinton mashup. Let's go, dude.
Goodness gracious.
Fucking SeaWorld. Oh.
Oh, this is nice. I like this site.
So I kind of hope. Okay. The fuck? This site specifically.
Yeah, this site is nice.
So I hope that the one dude stays free. They're also going to make a movie about this in 3 years, easily. They're in production right now.
But they got caught.
Yeah, we need to know what happens. There's
Leave
one
my
guy.
man to get away.
Does one guy get away?
One guy's going to get away. Boofed all the diamonds.
I mean,
Exactly.
the timing on that was
Unbelievable.
fantastic.
And imagine one
That
little,
was just.
imagine
New York, baby.
a priceless jewel falls out. Just imagine. That's how he
Oh.
takes him back to Africa.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
That shit be fire. Man. That shit got me fired up. Magic still exists.
A painting got stolen in '98 that they never got back. So this one,
What was the paint? Was it a Rembrandt?
it was a Renoir, I think.
I knew it was a Ren.
I lied to you. I lied to you. Jean Baptiste Camille Corot.
Okay.
Who that?
Yeah.
But a Renoir painting was stolen in 1990.
Oh, that was
At the
what I was
same
thinking.
time, 12 pieces.
Bro, you always get these mixed up. Bro.
Yeah.
You always get them mixed
your
up.
robberies.
It
mixed up.
was stolen, man.
Yeah.
So what happened with the female security She got promoted.
Got promoted. Because now she made these jewels invaluable. Now they're so priceless. It's a new Mona Lisa. Everyone's gonna go see them. More money for the
Do
Louvre.
you think that they do that on purpose?
They should.
Yeah, they gotta be missing for years though.
Someone is
The
gonna
case
eat a
gotta
robbery.
be empty, and people gotta go take pictures of the case.
It was empty for a little.
Man,
Maybe they're trying to entice more robberies. Maybe there hasn't been one for a minute, and they're like, "Yo,
We're overdue.
maybe it's just because now I'm a socialist, but I hope them jewels stay. They go back to whoever they got stolen from in the first
They're
place.
doing this with Egypt. Have you heard this?
Yeah,
Well,
I
all the
saw that.
Egyptian artifacts
They're
gotta go
giving
back.
pyramids back to the Jews.
They're going.
wait a
Exactly.
minute, why do they have to go back?"
Because they belong to Egypt, property of.
Wait, giving what back?
All the Egyptian artifacts around the world got to go to Egypt based off one Instagram post I saw.
But it's crazy.
Including the Egyptians, they also
crazy.
got to go back.
So they built a big ass museum, and they just like, hey, can we have our shit back? But right now the museum's like half empty, and they're just gonna hope that the rest of the world just their shit back.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
The Egyptian
It's like the
museum has-
biggest museum in the world.
I went to the Egyptian Museum.
No, this is some new shit. It just
Oh, word.
Yeah.
The one I went to was ass. I'm not gonna
Well, that's
lie.
what they're trying to fix, yo.
Yeah,
but
it
they
was-
need their shit back. You
was
can't have no
doo-doo.
Egyptian museum. All our shit's somewhere else.
Doo-doo. Doo-doo.
Well, that shit's kind of embarrassing. You have a whole museum and then you have empty placards of like, this is some shit that we want. This is something like that's just a wish
Yo,
list.
a bunch of museums have
Ooh.
government project.
All right, let me ask you guys something.
PSYOP.
Indiana
Let
Jones.
me just ask you something. Okay.
Yes.
Some of these things only have value because Western society placed value on them.
You hear the story about the Mona Lisa?
Now we talking.
I think it's fitting. I don't know if you've heard it.
Now we talking. My point is like, if somebody went down there and robbed a museum and took their museum shit and put it in the Western museum, that's fucked up. But if these things were just in the garbage, and somebody went down there, like the Sphinx, we had to dust that bitch off. They didn't know what to do with that.
Shot his nose off.
We had to, yes. But we also had to dust that bitch off. The shit was drowning. It was under sand. We had to dust all the sand off of it. We had to go in there. So,
Maybe they didn't know.
say again?
They didn't know they were polished.
If they don't know, then what's the point?
They just
We're
forget.
not- we gave it all a value.
They
We
just
gave it
forget.
a value.
You know how Shifty will grab your phone and do something cool on it. You're like, I didn't know I could do that.
Yeah.
That's
It's
what
not
happened to
his
them.
phone.
Yeah.
That's shifty. That's shifty. My point is, if we took some shit like from the castle, if we took some shit from the museum, if we took some shit that had value, yeah, you gotta get your jewels in India had value, right? Like you guys knew they were valuable.
Now you're talking to me.
They took
Now
it.
I'm listening.
If we took a rickshaw that y'all didn't give a fuck about because you're like, oh, that was what we used to drive around back in the day. We didn't really give a fuck about it. And then it became this like ancient relic that was so important to history
I see your
because
point.
the West made it special. And then y'all go, oh, but we actually do think that that's important and we want that back. We say, well, why didn't you have that same energy when we was pillaging?
I see the point here.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so we gotta look case by case and see, did you guys care about it?
Did you value this at the time, or was it something thrown in the garbage? We valued it. Now you see that it has value, and you're like, we want that back. Because if we just recycled your garbage, you don't get it back. If we stole something from your castle that that was really important to you, you got it. You got to give that back.
Yeah.
I like the logic there.
I kinda like that.
Kind of right.
But also, you don't know what you got till it's gone sometimes.
That's on you. I believe that.
How about this? Crown jewels, you could give them back, or you could just pay that country the value of the jewels.
Nah,
and then they're yours.
take your jewels and find a suitor.
The gentleman caller.
Y'all want money. Y'all don't want jewels.
We want money. Yeah,
So now you got to find somebody to sell them jewels.
we can do that.
Who knows?
Doug, I know a guy bought 2 pygmy heads and a dinosaur.
What color is the jewel?
The Kohinoor?
Yeah.
I believe it's pink.
Fact check. Let's see. Let's see.
Threw that shit out there.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's see.
You might be right on this.
K-O-H-I.
I missed 2 months of Joey fucking all over shit up, so I'm coming in late. I didn't realize this was an established bet already.
Yeah, bro. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Nah, but
dude.
there's no way I would have got that. I would have just put some Indian jewels.
Bro,
What
the only way
color?
I know is there's an Indian restaurant in my town called this.
It's not pink.
Beautiful pink diamond.
It's not pink. I guess.
What the? Why?
Why guys we go try to rob the jewels and
I thought
forget
he was
which
trying
one
to
it
trick
was?
me. What do you mean? It's pink.
I didn't know what color it was.
Hold on.
I just want to see if you care about the
Why?
jewels, you got to know what it looks like.
I just want the money. Like, I just want the money.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Full of shit. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Full of shit.
Yeah.
When you said pink,
It was a guess.
what was going through
I
your
thought he was trying to trick me. I thought he was trying to trick me. Because I would have just been clear. Now that you're like, you fucking idiot.
It's not clear either, bro. That shit is blue. That shit is blue.
I like that you went for it though. That's a
the whole internet gotta watch him be wrong.
They could send you in there and be like, pick the crown jewels. You'd be like,
I just want the money.
I think it's pink. Have you ever seen Beetlejuice on Howard Stern show when he asks the math questions? He's like, "What is 3 plus 2?" And he goes, 9.
immediately. Doesn't even think about it. That's 9. I think 9.
That's 9.
Gonna go with 9. I mean, what are you gonna say if you go back to India and you got a pink
Dude, no.
diamond?
We just want the money. Like I said, you have to keep the diamond. That's why I proposed this whole thing. Keep the jewel. Give me the money.
How much is it even worth?
Yeah, that's a good yawn.
It's only worth what someone will pay for it.
$300 billion.
It's fucking Dr. Evil.
I think you just give them back, bro.
We would take that too, because then we can find a suitor.
I don't think anybody's buying that.
People
or
are
just
crazy.
make a
You don't think
lab
people
diamond.
buying that?
Just make a lab.
You don't think
diamond and
Jay-Z will buy that?
Nah.
Who?
Jay-Z would buy it. Lil Uzi Vert would buy it, turn it into a grill. Somebody would buy that shit, dude.
No, people need to have money to buy things.
How much is the value of that diamond?
That's a good question.
Oh, that's a replica.
It's a wrap.
Oh shit, dude.
So the real one could be pink.
It could be
still.
fully pink, but it's probably pink, dude. Oh, it's priceless.
Literally considered priceless.
Value between 500 million and 6 billion. I mean, that's crazy.
Seems like a big swing.
The Ambanis
Right?
could afford that. Zero problems. Zero problems.
But priceless though. That's a tough leverage point to start a
$6
negotiation.
billion. We'll take it.
It came down to a price really fast.
$6 billion.
It's priceless or this price of money.
1,000%. You talk to an Indian.
That's a good
You
point.
know such thing as priceless.
That is a good point. It is negotiable. So you guys got to get back Jaguar though. Then it's all even.
The car company?
Yeah.
Take that shitty ass car. We don't really fucking want that.
Wait, what?
Tata Motors owns a Jaguar.
And they ruined it. Did you see that?
Damn,
Son, that's it's
racial.
been dog shit.
No, as payback, the rebrand of Jaguar is insane. And I swear to God,
you think they did that on purpose?
I swear to God,
Oh, the
that
gay
is-
guy who's like identity politics.
they made it look wild.
That's Cracker Barrel.
But I think it was India getting their get back.
Let's destroy this British.
Hey, remember James
institution.
Bond? Gay car.
Wait, but was Jaguar James Bond?
For a
The
while, yeah.
No,
He also drove.
Aston Martin.
He also drove Jaguar. He drove a Toyota at one point too.
Oh, that's fire,
The
dude.
fuck out of here!
He used to wear,
Miles, what are you talking
he used
about?
to wear Rolex, and now He did
Miles,
drive-
Toyota.
He
Yeah,
didn't
drove
drive a
Toyota.
fucking Toyota.
Yes, he
Miles.
did. Pull it up.
Pull that shit up, Joey.
He used to wear Rolexes, and then he wore Omega after a while. He also at one point wore there's an off-brand I can't think of for his watch. But yeah, he had a Toyota.
Damn.
2000 GT in You Only Live Twice.
See that?
There's a famous scene. He's going up.
Sometimes you guess and that shit is right.
I didn't guess. I read all
class
this shit. I did take class on James Bond 007 shit.
Damn, bro.
Go down, and move it over, so I can read the writing. Go down. The car was driven by Japanese agent Aki, who used it to drive Bond to meetings and rescue him from various dangerous situations, including a car chase that
So he
ended.
didn't drive it.
So James Bond didn't
He
drive.
does drive it.
I don't know. It said somebody drove him. So.
This is
I don't know, Miles. You look a little shaky in the light right there.
Oh,
I'm start eating
this is all-time fact check. Here we go.
Ooh, there he is driving it.
Hold on. He wasn't driving it because the steering wheel's on the other side, my G.
He let the woman drive it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually a great point.
And
We
look,
literally see him driving it.
The girl is driving.
They're honking at
What are
pedestrians
you
and shit.
saying?
The girl is driving. She's behind the wheel. Dumbass.
No, she's
You're
not.
wrong.
Yes, she
You're
is.
wrong.
You can't
They would
see.
never let him drive the car.
They're overseas. They drive on the
They
right.
drive on the right side.
Not every country overseas.
In Japan.
Oh, that Japan, I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Well, yeah, it's a Jap car, a Japanese car.
It's a Jewish American princess
Yeah.
car.
So he wasn't driving it, and they would never let him drive it.
Wait. I gotta stick my feet in it first before you start.
She's driving it. She said, "Get in the car, let's go."
Yeah. See, you're wrong,
Miles, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Miles, you know the Koh-i no diamond is pink,
You're
yo?
fired.
Bro.
There's no scene where he's driving it, man.
Bond would never drive a Toyota.
They would never let Bond drive a Japanese car.
Nah.
She's driving-
Whipping it. She's
don't-
driving crazy, too.
You don't think that there's a rule against this in the production of the film? Like Aston Martin's spending millions of dollars
Not in
probably
the
to make
60s,
sure.
they weren't.
Say again?
Not in the 60s. He just drove an Aston Martin because it was written that way.
Here we go again.
He also had a Rolex.
Here we go.
The books.
So you don't think that there was any financial incentive for him to drive specific cars?
It was just written that way.
But after the success of the franchise and it becoming, incredibly,
There was, yeah, of course. Later on, I don't think in '67 there was a like financial backing.
Get that
point.
sense out, man. Get that sense
I gotta
out.
think about the term.
Come on, Miles.
So then why is the girl driving and not the masculine lead of the movie?
I'm gonna find the scene where he does drive that car.
Oh, Miles, come on. Find it quick.
Do you really think, Miles, I want you to ask yourself this question. Take a moment to ponder it.
Tell you.
Do you think
damn.
that in 1967, given the nature of, the politics, especially in Great Britain, a war that was fought, not 15 years before against a country that might be
21 years
producing-
ago. How quickly we forget.
This
Now we
is
got James Bond driving a fucking Japanese
Oh yeah,
mobile.
maybe longer than that. Sorry,
Yeah.
but do you think that James Bond will be driving a Japanese car, or do you think it's more likely that the guy who always drives a British car because he is the British Superman would be probably driving a British car?
He drove a British car because it was written that way. There are other cars he's driven
Why do you think it was written that way?
because Ian Fleming was sort of a brand whore.
Or do you think it's like this is supposed to be the most
Miles,
British
you're
person,
losing.
so maybe he should be in the British
You're
things?
losing and you're trusting Joey to find it on Google, so I think you
But
should.
Omega's like his walking is not a British brand.
Wow, look at this.
Do you know what I mean?
Aston Martin does not pay James Bond to exclusively drive their cars, but pays the film production for product placement. But that's a fucking same thing.
Yeah, James Bond isn't a real person.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he also
One check to James Bond, please.
Yeah.
Can
but
you
he
ask
also drove other
ChatGPT, Joey?
cars. Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Miles.
So you think it was just pure coincidence that he wasn't driving the Toyota?
No, but maybe in that exact scene. But I'm saying he's driven other cars. He wears other
But do you think that there are brand limitations for James Bond?
in modern day, post 2000. But no, not
Back in the day, you don't think there are any
no.
brand
Moonraker.
limitations?
Watch the old ones. They were like zany, like goofy films. I don't think
That's
there was
Austin
anyone
Powers,
like.
bro.
Yeah,
It was
I think
Austin
he's mixing it up.
But I don't think anyone was like protective of James Bond in the 60s and 70s. This is once again one of those arguments we've gone too far, and I'd love to talk about Zoran Mamdani's
Yeah.
Queen Link program, which is way more boring but way more fun.
Yeah,
for
we're
me.
letting the liberals divide us already, bro.
Also, I got a great
Already.
video I
Sad.
sent to Joey about Zoran's New York City.
It was a somewhat okay pivot. We'll take
Thanks.
it. We'll take it.
All right, what is this?
Who's this long face bitch?
This is offensive.
Why would
This
he
is
do?
truly so offensive.
What is this?
It's just a woman wearing a niqab. Like, you guys think that's funny?
That's fucked up.
That's offensive, dude.
All right, what else happening in the world? Anything?
I mean, New York City Marathon was a vibe.
I've been wanting to see this Whitney Houston challenge.
Oh
since
yeah,
you
what
guys-
is this Whitney Houston?
Like I
challenge?
purposely didn't watch it so we could see it here.
Al, come on.
I didn't. I swear to God.
I was
I have
training.
no idea
I was
what-
practicing all week.
Purposely. He was on white TikTok.
Yeah.
I don't open TikTok.
Joey, man.
It's his own note.
Joey, man. Joey, it's funny, but it's not at all.
He's been talking
not at
to
all
us about
funny.
this fucking Whitney Houston challenge.
All right.
This
For
is
6
funny, but
days.
it's not at all. You need to get all the links up before the pod. Just have them
He's
ready
using
to
his
go.
left hand. That's the problem. You got to go righty.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm left-handed though, unfortunately.
Oh.
You got to try to get it with the beat, with the drum.
Oh shit.
Banger. Oh, you kind of hit that, bro, with your new voice.
I kind of did with my
With your new voice is nice.
Oh wow, Archdog brought an actual drum.
With a
Thank
microphone.
you, Archdog.
Oh, that's fire.
Thank you, my little Archdogs.
Bro.
All right, let's hear it.
Corner.
That sounds funny.
That sound is fire. All right, ready? Go. Hit me.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
No, you can't have a visual
Can't
aid.
show it.
No visual aid.
No visual aid.
Oh,
It doesn't count because of the whole visual aid.
you missed
can't
it.
do that with
You
the visual
missed
aid.
it.
Try it again with no visual aid.
All right.
Try it again with no visual aid.
That was
Not bad. Not bad. That was a little early, but not bad.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
You are so off. It's unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
It's unbelievable how off you are.
Yo, Whitney's turning out great.
That shit.
Wait, I need a little Leo. Give me a little Leo. Give me a little
No,
Give me a little Leo.
fake.
Same
I
amount
need a
of
little
No,
fake.
same amount of
Socialist yells the
Same
same.
amount of Leo.
You put a different song on. That was a
Go.
different song.
Go.
You sped that up.
Go.
You gave him more.
You give me that shit. Give me that shit right now. Mike, give me that shit right now.
You
Give me
win.
that shit right now.
You
All right,
win.
hit me. I got it right now.
needed a lead up.
I needed a lead
I got
up.
right now.
Same
It's
amount.
Ferocious, bro.
Whatever you need, it don't matter.
Damn, I'm almost there. Last one. Sorry,
Fuck out. I like this shit.
Yeah.
It's one more beat past whatever you think
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
And in Mark's
You
case,
don't want to be holding it like a fucking.
no.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Why keep looking at me, nigga?
Frankie, we did it! We did it!
Yeah, I get credit. I get credit for that.
Assalamu
I get
alaikum,
credit for that one. I
everybody!
get credit for that one.
Akbar, New York forever!
Thank
My
you.
brother.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. Our guest today is one of the only people in politics who hasn't traded conviction for convenience, and somehow he is still here. For decades, he has stood in the middle of the storm, unbought, unbossed, untethered, saying what so many were too afraid to say, that working people deserve dignity, that healthcare is a right, that the system isn't broken, it was built to screw you over. He has been mocked, sidelined, betrayed, and that's just by his own party. And still, he shows up, not for power, not for fame, but because he actually gives a damn. In a country drowning in cynicism, he made people believe, maybe for the first time, that someone in Washington was actually fighting for them. So please give a warm, flagrant welcome to the last honest man in politics from Brooklyn, New York, Senator Bernie Sanders. everybody.
All right, I'm getting out of here. We can't do it.
It's all downhill.
That's it.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, listen, and this is probably a sensitive topic. It might be too soon, actually. It actually might be too soon. Okay, so if you don't want to answer, I totally understand. In 1958, I think you know where this is going.
Go ahead.
When Walter O'Malley.
Oh, God.
I know. This one cuts deep. When he moves the Brooklyn Dodgers to Los Angeles, and he does it for corporate greed and profits, and he doesn't care about the community that built up that team.
Right.
It broke a young Brooklyn boy's heart, probably many.
Yep.
It seems like, and it could be a coincidence, that ever since then you've had it out for the billionaires. Is that where it all
No, but
started?
I'll tell you something. Two things. There was a joke going around my neighborhood, Flatbush, and what it said, the three worst people in modern history were Hitler, Stalin, and Walter O'Malley. And not necessarily in that order. All right, that was the joke. But, you know, what I did learn...
In fact, he's first.
You're kind of joking about the question.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you something. When you grow up as a kid, you have a thing called the Brooklyn Dodgers, right?
Of course.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So when you're a kid, the idea that it could be moved someplace
It's
else.
insanity.
When you're a kid, you can't, that it's privately owned, run for profit, and that it can be moved to California was literally beyond your comprehension, beyond my comprehension. So it was a real shock. And if you're asking me, did that have an impact on my political views? It did, actually. It did. Because the Dodgers were a cohesive force in Brooklyn, bringing people together, Jackie Robinson, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that had an impact on me.
Really? So it all starts there.
I don't say it all starts there, but I learned something from that. That again, I mean, you think about it. He was something so important.
Yeah.
There's so many people. This guy didn't give a damn. Make more money. Let's go to California.
And was it simple as that? Like there was
And
just
the
a better
Giants,
deal out there?
there was a huge market out there in California, right?
Right.
Everybody, they can make more money.
I think he starts baseball on the West Coast.
Yeah, he and the Giants guy.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And was it? I don't know. I mean, we don't have to get too much into it, but I heard Robert Moses was pushing back a lot on rebuilding of a stadium. That could be bullshit.
No, but
It doesn't matter.
that raises a whole other issue. But you know, sports and professional sports and all that stuff. But yeah, it was a big deal.
That's your first exposure to
And
corporate.
you know what you're seeing today, and it's something we haven't looked at enough. It's something I want to. It hasn't really changed.
Right.
You have what is the function of professional sports? All of these teams are owned by billionaires.
Yeah.
And if Baltimore doesn't give you enough money, you're going to move someplace else, and no matter you break the hearts of kids, nobody cares.
Can I ask you a question about that? Like, why is it the city puts up money for these new stadium builds and we don't get any of the equity in the team?
That's very good. Well, now you're raising another question. I was mayor of Burlington, and Burlington, Vermont. We love everybody to visit us in Vermont. And we had no professional baseball at all. When I got elected way back in '81, I said, one of the things that I want to do is see if we can bring back
Move the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Well, that was a little bit too ambitious.
That's how you silence Bernie. Okay.
But could we bring professional baseball? So we got to work on it. And we ended up getting I think it was a double A team, very good team, in the Cincinnati Reds franchise. And we were talking hard about how we can municipally own it. And we actually...
Oh, wow.
Love it.
Yeah, and we would have put public money into it. We would have made money off of it and all that stuff. We ended up losing it on the city council, but it was an effort that we tried to make. Anyhow, we brought the team in. It was really good for the community. But years later, they left, et cetera, et cetera. But the idea that taxpayers are putting huge sums of money.
Hundreds of millions
If
of
school
dollars.
systems are falling apart, they're putting billions of dollars or huge sums of money to build these huge stadiums. These guys make a fortune. And then, 10 years later, they move out.
And then there's this excuse that they'll use. They're like, yeah, but we're providing jobs. And it's like, yeah, so you could have a business that functions. You can't have a basketball team that functions without people working there.
And
You're not
many
doing
of
it
these jobs
benevolently.
are part-time, low-paying jobs, by the way.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
this whole thing of professional sports owned by a small number of very wealthy people is something that.
It's a
And
little bit, yeah.
what's the irony of that? You want to go to a Red Sox? We go to Red Sox games. You go to Yankee games. How much does it cost to take a family? If you're a husband, wife, 2 kids.
Hundreds of dollars.
Yeah. You buy a Coca-Cola, it costs you $5, $10, whatever it is. I mean, that's kind of crap. I mean, when I was a kid going to Ebbets Field in Brooklyn, you remember Ebbets Field? Do you know what it was?
No, I'm a little bit younger
Really?
than you. Yeah.
I called himself a New Yorker.
Where the Dodgers were.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Oh, you were kidding
yes,
me.
yes,
All right, all right.
absolutely.
So we used to sneak in and get 60 cents, sit in the bleachers. And during that period, a family could go to a game.
Yeah.
And now it's, pretty hard.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. It really is. Great athletes out there. People want to see them.
Yeah.
Can't afford it.
And also, in that time, you saw Jackie Robinson play.
I
Is that
did.
true?
I remember. Yes, I did.
What was the energy like in the stadium watching Jackie Robinson?
It was. What I remember about him when he was older.
Different Brooklyn back then.
Yeah.
What we used to do is hang out after the games to see if we got autographs. And I remember him coming out. He had problems with his ankle or his foot or something. And he came out holding his shoes.
How'd you know it was Jackie Robinson?
Oh, odd one. But I mean, you talk about impact as a kid. We used to, this is true. I mean, the Dodgers were like your family.
Yeah.
So I can tell you today, the Dodger lineup. How's that?
Wow.
Everyone hear of Gil Hodges in first base?
No.
Jesus! What the hell do you people do? I told you the educational system is falling apart here.
Falling apart. We didn't learn the.
All right.
You can't name the
Gil
Yankees
Hodges
starting
was
lineup
the first
now.
base. Gil Hodges is a great guy, very quiet guy. Later, he managed the Mets years later. Junior Gilliam, nothing.
Yeah.
Pee Wee Reese, shortstop.
Just making guys up.
That name I know. He was, I think, very friendly with Jackie Robinson, right? He like really like took him.
In the movie, they probably played it up a little, but he came from Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's a Southern, and at that point, a lot of racism. He befriended Robinson.
Yeah.
Third
At that
base
point.
was Billy Cox. Left field was Gino Mansky. Center field was Duke Snyder. Probably heard of Duke Snyder. Right field, Carl Furillo. Roy Campanella catching. Bunch of. So I can now. What's my point? I can't remember what happened yesterday, but I remember that stuff from a long time ago because it was an integral part of your life.
Yeah.
And what you remember. All right, the Dodgers are 2 games out of first place. Preachero is pitching. Robinson is batting, 308. If he gets 2 hits, we knew what the averages were. You learned arithmetic. But
Through baseball.
Yeah, absolutely do. I mean, I could, as a kid, most of the kids on the block could tell you how many games the pitchers had won, who they were playing.
I think now we call that autism. Okay, Senator Sanders, we've got a very interesting situation, especially this last election. I've used it a lot, where it's like a lot of unions decide to not endorse the Democratic Party. Some even endorse the Republican Party. If the Democratic Party cannot win the votes of union workers, who are they for?
Good. Okay. All right, let's take a deep breath. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Fair question.
This is a very fair question. All right. Politics, how politics is conveyed in the media is, who's running for office, what Donald Trump said, and all that stuff. And that's all important. But if you take a deep breath and you think about real politics, serious politics, what's it about? It's about 3 things, it seems to me. Number 1, where are we as a country today? And that seems like a simple question. It is not a simple question. Okay, how did we get to where we are? And equally important, where do we want to go in the future?
Amen.
Right?
Yep.
Reasonable questions?
Absolutely.
All right, Andrew, where are we today?
We're in New York City, New York. What do you mean, where are we politically?
No, where are we as a nation?
Oh,
And what are the things that we should be looking at? If I asked you, how are we doing as a nation?
I would say we're struggling financially.
Good, that's right.
I think,
Quality of life.
I think
Good,
quality of
good.
life
That's
is-
exactly right.
And I think that we are disillusioned with the institutions that should be supporting and protecting us.
Excellent. All right. So that's right. All that's right. So let's start off with, in one sense, we are the richest country in the history of the world, right? We have enormous wealth.
Yep.
Does that wealth apply to the vast majority of the people?
Absolutely not.
No. So unbelievably, and nobody talks about this. You ask me, we start off on the Democratic Party. The first thing we got to do is be honest with people and say, look, this is where we are at. We can blame whoever you want, but this is where
we're
at.
here.
All
Yeah.
right, then acknowledge that. So you're living in a country where 60%, let me underline that, 60% of people live paycheck to paycheck. Got it? I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. All right? Where paycheck to paycheck is living under enormous stress. How am I going to pay the rent? What happens if my landlord raises my rent? What happens if my kid gets sick and I can't afford to take him to the doctor? What happens if my car breaks down? You know that significant numbers of people in this country, you have money, you don't think about it. But if you don't have any money and your car breaks down,
over.
and it's $1,000 bill to get it fixed,
Yep.
and you can't afford it, you tell me what happens.
Yep.
All right. Bottom line is you got millions of people, working class people, lower income people, struggling to put food on the table. Okay, that is the first profound reality. And the question we've got to ask, why is that in the richest country on earth? All right, that's number 1. Number 2, you have a healthcare system. How's the healthcare? You tell me. Got a great healthcare system in America? Well, what do you think?
I mean, if you can afford it, it's pretty good.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to look at it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right. If you got the money, you got the best healthcare system in the world.
Yep.
But most people don't. How many nations do not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right? You guys know?
How many?
One major country. So here's the insanity. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare as most of the European countries.
Guarantee free healthcare. Not to correct you, but
Yeah.
we won't refuse care if you need it. Oh wait, we will.
It's a little bit more subtle than that. Yeah. All right. Let's say you have a $10,000 deductible. Okay. Not unusual.
Yeah.
Okay. You get sick. What do? You don't have any money. You go to the doctor.
I go to the emergency room. I say I'm sick.
Yeah, but you go to the emergency room, but you're not like it's not an emergency. They'll say, well,
I'm just a little bit sick. I just avoid it. That starts to fester. It gets worse, and that actually probably causes more strain.
it does.
the
And you know what
government
else? It
programs.
results in 60. The study from Yale was that 68,000 people a year die precisely. So talk to the
push
doctor.
off illness.
Next time you go to a doctor, say, are people coming into your office much sicker than they should be?
Yep.
And the answer is yes, they are.
And
See,
that's just avoiding copays. Avoiding,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Fair enough.
So people do die by the large numbers. What about our educational system? Psychologists tell us that 0 through 4, most important years of emotional and intellectual development. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we must have a great child care system, right? Because we love our kids, we nurture our kids, we pay child care professionals. Really, we appreciate them and respect them. We pay child care workers McDonald's wages.
Yeah. It's shocking. It's also shocking how much competition there is to get your kid into like a favorable preschool.
Right.
You have to start lobbying these preschools at 1 year. My daughter is 15 months, and already now you're like,
He's like a pharma company to get his kid into.
exactly. Like you're kind of walking in, you're meeting people, you're exchanging pleasantries, and it's all under this guise of, I hope they accept my kid.
Right. Because you have a massive shortage.
Yeah.
And if people don't have any money, it is really difficult. And so I don't know what it costs here in New York City. You know, in Vermont, it costs $15,000, $20,000. So if just
Imagine you have 2 kids.
That's right.
Forget
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
Right, but again, take a deep breath and say, okay, if we as a nation understand that that's the future of America.
Yep.
We want the best. You would say, okay, we're going to have really great teachers for them. We'll treat these teachers with respect, pay them well. They do really important work.
Yep.
Taking care of your daughter is important stuff.
Agreed.
Okay? We don't. Public schools, I was talking to a principal in Vermont, in southern Vermont. They're starting teachers off at $32,000 now. So kids, young people graduate school in debt. We're not getting the best and the brightest people. Do we respect? You tell me, do we respect education in this country? No, not really.
What do you mean by respect it? Like
That we say, man, you're going to be a teacher.
educators. I don't think educators get close to enough
We
respect.
give them a lot
Absolutely.
of platitudes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
how
but-
noble is
Say we
yeah.
respect
But
them.
we don't treat them with respect.
We don't feel the same way as if they're like some finance bro or something like that.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
Just to that point, take a look at it. Harvard College, one of the best colleges in America, something like 5% of the graduates will go into education, and they're not going into public education.
Of course not, yeah.
50% will go to Wall Street. They'll go to consulting.
You make a great point, though. If college loans are so expensive, they don't even have a choice to go into
Exactly.
education. So is there some sort of system built in where, like, if you choose to go into education, that there's a way that
The loan will be forgiven.
something like that?
Yeah, there are small programs.
They have something like that. But
Teacher
that's a good
America.
idea. And again, I'm not making this up. So I'm sure there was some system like that. But I imagine, like, maybe back in your day, that there was a version where, like, highly educated, not highly educated in terms of the master's program, but like people that went to elite universities before they went and got their master's or their doctorate spent some time educating. Was that commonplace?
I'm not sure. I don't recall that. But
like if there was a way to incentivize that, that might be
right,
good,
of
'cause
course,
you get-
that's right. But what we have to do, you give you an example. What also bothers me is we don't look at what goes on around the rest of the world. You know, we kind of think that we're an island unto ourselves. What we should be doing is what is working around the rest of the world. So you take a country like Finland. To be a teacher is a big deal in Finland. Wow, you're a teacher. It's like being a doctor in this country. You know, people respect them, they get paid, they have a lot of autonomy, etc. But all that I'm saying here is that if you look at the fundamental institutions in America. Healthcare, education, childcare, distribution of wealth in America. We are not doing well. And it's important that we acknowledge that. So, I mean, nobody, you talk about your very kind introductions of talking about things that others don't talk about. How many people will talk about the reality that Elon Musk himself owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households? Is that a moral issue? Are we comfortable with that?
Wow.
It's a simple question. And there are some people saying, hey, yeah, that's okay. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Elon's a brilliant guy. He's a hard-working guy. And other billionaires start their own companies. They're really bold and brave. Fine. They deserve it. And if you are trying to get by on $40,000 a year, well, tough crap.
How do you think Elon feels about it?
I don't know him. I've only talked to him many years ago, so I don't know him personally. But I'll tell you what I do think. I think there is a new breed of Uber capitalists out there who really believe, and they write about this as well, who really believe that they are superior human beings. You know what I'm talking about? This is the quote-unquote high IQ guys who say, look, we work hard, we're smart, we have started these businesses.
To the victor go the spoils.
Not only that, I think that's yes. It's a dog-eat-dog world. I made it.
Yeah.
You didn't make it. Hey, man,
It
that's
is,
the way life goes. It's deeper than that. You have some writing on the right, on the far right, which really diminishes democracy, and that really the smart and the wealthy and the powerful have the right to rule. So this is not just, oh, I want a tax break. There's nothing new about that.
Yeah.
This is, we have the right. It's the divine, it used to be the divine rights of kings.
Or manifest destiny.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right. Back in the 19th century, the 1850s, I am the king. God made my family king, and sorry you're starving to death, but that's the way life goes. God told me my family rules. There was some of that mentality.
So there's something about this that's quite interesting that I've seen lately. And it's actually not lately. There is a trend with the ultra wealthy, which is upon their death, a lot of them have decided to give away their money, right?
Some of the money.
Or some. Okay. Some of the most prolific, right? Or as they get closer to death, they're like, our goal is to give away all our money. Okay. Which seems to tell me that they think that there is an issue with them having all that money. If they truly felt entitled to it, like, it seems to me it's an admission that they agree with you. They're like, it's kind of wrong that we should just keep all this in our family. We should probably not have it. Now, they're not, it's almost like Benjamin Franklin freeing his slaves on his death. He's like, he's like, this is wrong, but I don't want to leave it until, I might need some shit and my back hurts. But what do I do? So when you see billionaires do that, right, or this elite class that you're talking about, do that, is there a part of you that goes, you're getting it? Why don't you do that maybe 40 years earlier?
No.
Okay.
Look, these guys are very competitive. They're very smart. They're very innovative, hardworking. And I really think it's very competitive. And I think they want it all. I really do. And I think if you stop for a moment, I hope we can talk a little bit about a corrupt campaign finance system.
Please. Yes.
All right. Getting back to the Democrats and the Republicans and all that stuff. Understand, I'm in the middle of it. I work in Washington, D.C. So you're just using Musk again as an example. He's only one. I don't mean to pick on Mr. Musk, but the guy contributes because of a broken and corrupt campaign finance system, which as a result of Citizens United Supreme Court decision, you're familiar with that, allows billionaires to start super PACs.
Can you really quickly just tell the audience exactly what it is? Because I feel like we hear these words like Citizens United, and a lot of people, we just...
And super PACs.
Yeah, so we just kind of pretend that we know what it is.
Okay.
But...
we have the First Amendment that says you have freedom of speech.
Of course.
Okay. So wealthy individuals, in a case called Citizens United, I don't remember all the details, basically said, look, we had at that point, Citizens United, I think is 15, 20 years, that decision from the Supreme Court decision. So people go into the court and say, look, I have a First Amendment right to tell the people of America how I feel about an issue or a candidate.
Absolutely.
I don't like Andrew, and I want to spend $20 million on television ads telling people what a jerk he is. Okay.
I feel like Jamal Bowman.
All right, that's another story. All right. And the Supreme Court says no. We have campaign finance. There's campaign finance law which limits the amount of money you can spend on a campaign.
So there's already a law in place.
There's a law in place.
Legislation said you cannot do that.
That's what Citizens United did. It said the Supreme Court ruled that billionaires that advertising is freedom of speech, and you can't freedom of speech. So if I want to spend $100 million on TV ads, I have the right to do it. They say, you're right. So the issue is democracy versus billionaires being able to spend unlimited sums of money. Supreme Court went with that. And then the form it took was what's called a super PAC. You start an organization, Americans for Freedom, okay? And billionaires can put as much money as they want into that. That organization then runs ads on television. It does political stuff. That's what it's about. So bottom line, though, most importantly, is if you are a billionaire, you can put as much money as you want into a super PAC. And in Musk's case, he spent $270 million to help Donald Trump get elected president. Do Democrats have billionaires putting money into super PACs? Absolutely. All right. What does that mean in real life? This is what it means. Right now, we're dealing with a bill called the Reconciliation Bill. It's a fancy Washington term for a very big bill, which will have a lot of stuff in it. In any case, if a Republican stands up and says, you know what, in the House of Representatives, I don't like this bill because, it's giving tax breaks to very wealthy people and it's going to cut Medicaid and cut nutrition programs. It's a bad bill. What do you think happens the day after that Republican stands up and says he opposes it?
Those super PACs organize and they primary out those politicians.
Exactly.
Now, and how effective is that?
It is enormously effective. If you have, right now you're a Republican.
Yeah.
You got to
wait. What?
All right, no, I don't mean you. I'm being in general.
It's gonna go viral.
All right. So you have two elements. Trump is enormously popular within the Republican base.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has unlimited sums of money, right?
Double whammy.
Double whammy. So it is very hard for any Republican to sustain
to stand up and authentically speak their mind. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second talking about these billionaires. Let's find a way where we can get invested in the system that's made them incredibly wealthy. You don't need to be rich. That's the reality. Acorns lets you get started with the spare money that you've got right now, even if all you've got is spare change. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns recommends a diversified portfolio that can help you weather all the market's ups and downs, and they're going to put that together for you. Okay, they're going to take out all that frustration of trying to pick the winners in the stocks. You're not doing this on a day-to-day basis. You're not trying to compete with these hedge funds. What you're doing is investing in your future, letting compound interest work to you over decades. Okay, that's the idea of investment. Everything else is gambling. So I'm telling you right now, if you want to sign up and you want to join over 14 million all-time customers who have already saved and invested over $25 billion with Acorns, plus Acorns will boost your new account with a $20 bonus investment. That offer is available at acorns.com/flagrant. That is acorns.com/flagrant to get your $20 bonus investment today. Remember, this is an endorsement compensation provides incentives to positively promote Acorns. Tier 2 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors LLC and SEC registered investment advisor. View full disclosure at acorns.com/flagrant. All right, guys, let's take a break from this incredibly thoughtful and important discussion about our futures and talk about hard cock. I want to let you guys know I realize how absolutely absurd and ridiculous it is to have this ad.
The oligarchs don't want you to have hard dick.
No, that's facts. The oligarchs want all the hard dick for them, okay? But it shouldn't just be for them. It should be for all of us. And the thing that's going to bring it to you is Blue Chew. Blue Chew, same active ingredient that's inside Viagra, Cialis, Viagra, Cialis, whatever. We don't even mention them, okay? We don't even mention them, okay? All the blood is in my dick right now. I can't even think. BlueChew.com. You're going to get your first month's free. All you got to do is pay $5 shipping.
Free healthcare.
Free healthcare right there. That's what Blue Chew is marketing. Okay? All you got to do is go to BlueChew.com, use the promo code FLAGRANT. You pay that $5 shipping, and they're going to send you your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast.
This one in particular.
Let's get back to the show.
Give you another example because I'm an independent, right? Caucus with the Democrats. Democrats are better than the Republicans, to my mind. But Democrats. All right, I happen to believe they're providing more military aid to Netanyahu's extreme right-wing government to do the horrible things that are going on in Gaza right now. As you may know, as we speak, it's horrible.
Absolutely.
Children are starving to death. Malnutrition growing and all that stuff. All right. I introduced legislation to say we're going to block the sale of certain military weaponry to Israel. I got 15 Democrats to support me. I got 0 Republicans. Why do you think more Democrats didn't support me? Because if Democrats support me, they will have to take on AIPAC. You mentioned Jamal Bowman?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
They spent like 15 or 20 million to get him out of there? This is up in Westchester, too.
You got it?
Okay.
Cory Bush in Missouri, St. Louis, was defeated. A woman in the state of Washington, Pramila Jayapal's sister ran. So if you want to speak out against Netanyahu's government and oppose military sales, AIPAC, which is also funded by billionaires who support both Democrats and Republicans,
so
we'll go after.
How can they do this effectively? Like, how can they sway a vote if the people don't support the idea?
You know how you do it?
How?
This is rather amazing. Great question. You don't talk about the issue.
Oh, you make that person so radioactive.
Right. They didn't talk. When they went after I was up in Westchester.
Now you're undermining the democratic process.
I was up in Westchester campaigning for Bowman.
Yeah.
And I supported Cory Bush as well. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm 99% sure I'm right, they didn't say one word about Israel.
Wow.
The argument was he's a bad Democrat or whatever the usual negative advertising. Didn't talk about Israel.
So this is quite interesting because if a group, like if a super PAC was honest about what they were raising against, for example, they spent that 20 million specifically defending their position on Israel, I wonder if we would be more amenable to that. Because that is the issue at hand, instead of using funding to make this person radioactive, which they might not exactly be, and undermining. It is duplicitous. You're undermining the people, and that's where you remove. Wow.
That's a very good point. All right. I think they should not have unlimited amounts of money. But your point is, hey, if that's what your goal is, be honest about it.
And I say this with you because you raise money not from a few billionaires, but like you guys raise, what is it, Sunrise and then Democrat Justice or Democracy Just. There are these groups. They're a little different than super PACs, but they are raising money on a grassroots level.
We do.
But you are being honest about what you're raising money for.
Exactly. You're right. So your point is right. If somebody says, look, I love Netanyahu, I think they're doing a good job, you oppose him, and I'm going to oppose you for that reason.
Yes.
Let's be honest about it.
Exactly.
But you know what? I think one of the reasons they don't do that, you know why?
Because it wouldn't be supported.
That's right.
So is there any solution beyond getting Citizens United overturned by another?
That's a great question, man. Thank you. You're asking really good questions. We're working on it right now. And here is, without going too much into the weeds, we need to end Citizens United. That's not going to happen tomorrow. But what you can do is within the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, you can have rules that says, you want to be the candidate of the Democratic Party? Well, guess what? You tell, and this is again tricky, you tell that you announce very clearly you do not want any super PACs supporting you. And by the way, if super PACs support you, for every dollar they put in, we're going to put another dollar in supporting you. There are things you can do. We're going to run ads.
We're going to offset it.
We're going to.
I'm sorry. I have to ask this. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you. We have a question we want to ask about what happened to you in 2016 with this Bernie Bros movement, where your followers are seeing they have a racism problem, a misogyny problem. Do you think that's a super PAC thing behind that?
That was the Democratic establishment. That was the.
Wow. Okay.
You know, that was just, they were sitting there, a lot of young people. We had people of color and you know, they create this kind of myth with the help of the media and all that stuff.
You know, what's kind of interesting to that note is during this election, the podcast space, which the Democrats largely avoided, they feel had some influence in the election, and they started to label us the podcast bros and said that we were sexist and we were racist and bigoted. It's almost like it's the exact same strategy to get you out of there.
Yeah, that's what the liberal elite China does. They run away. Look, again, I would hope that everybody who's watching the program is that we as a nation have got to end all forms of bigotry, right?
Yes.
That I start off as a basic assumption.
Unless it's to your close friends, right?
Yeah, whether it's racism or sexism, homophobia or xenophobia, whatever it is. But, and, liberal Democrats talk about that all the time. And then you get to what we call identity politics.
Yeah.
That you're black, you're wonderful, you're tremendous, you're gay, you're the greatest human being on earth.
Yeah.
And rather than say, what do you stand for?
Exactly.
Gay, that's fine, who cares?
Yeah.
But what do you stand for?
Yeah.
Is every gay person brilliant and wonderful and great? No, of course not. Everybody's a human being.
Yeah.
So the issue is what you stand for, which gets you back to what we discussed earlier, class politics, in the sense of which side are you on? Are you going to stand with working families? Are you going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage or not? Are you going to fight to guarantee health care to all people or not? Are you going to demand that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes or not? Those are the issues. And no one cares what color you are, what your gender is, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm sorry. I do feel like vowing to stop taking super PAC money is a great first step, but also being an honest politician. You put up a bill to stop the sale of weapons to Israel, and there's no amount of money AIPAC can spend to not get you reelected. And I feel if we had more honest politicians, then
courageous ones.
You're right. This is a very this is a good discussion.
Why are you shocked?
I am shocked because I do a lot of media stuff. You're asking questions that are not often asked.
This episode has been promoted by Walter O'Malley's Foundation.
All right. It's a painful issue. I mean, I deal with it every day in Washington. You're running for office. If you, in your heart, understand what's going on in Gaza right now, and again, it's almost painful to talk about it, the United States is complicit in the starvation of children as we speak right this moment. Okay, mass malnutrition, etc. And you say that's wrong, man. And I'm not going to give Netanyahu another nickel, but I know that the day I say that, AIPAC is going to pour a huge amount of money. So what's the choice you have? The choice you have is, okay, they're going to throw a lot of money at me, but I'm going to make this a major campaign issue.
Ooh.
I ain't going to run away from it. Right? What do we stand for as a nation? And I'll tell you something, getting back to the Democratic Party. What the Democratic establishment do is, well, Gaza, it's an issue out there, but it's not the main issue. It's not the pocketbook issues, more important. Healthcare is more important. You know what? I'll tell you this is my own view. Is people have a sense, consciously and unconsciously, if you are turning your back on starving children in Gaza, why the hell am I going to trust you on anything?
It's a great point.
Is that a fair point?
I think it's a very fair point. I think if you turn your back on starvation in general, especially if you're complicit in it, I think that's where a lot of, at least voters feel like there is some sort of separation. And if you make them realize that there isn't, right? If we are protecting or funding or rewarding this in any way, then you are complicit. But I think voters feel like they're too derivative from it. They're like, oh, well, that's not exactly what I'm voting for. And I do think, not to undermine those other issues, but I do think the kitchen table issues, or I think those are incredibly important. And I think the more that people are struggling internally in our country, the less of a concern we have externally. So it is a tough balance. If you make your entire campaign about Gaza, the people in whatever small area that you represent will go, hey, listen, that's horrible what's happening over here.
You're
but we're
exactly
struggling too, so don't forget about us.
You got it right.
So how do you balance those two?
Well, that's what politics is about. I mean,
I feel like you've done it well. I feel like you talk way more about internal issues than external ones.
I do. And Gaza then becomes a moral issue that you cannot run away from.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, why are we where we are? And it's a funny thing, I was talking to my staff when we were driving in today and reviewing, there was I think it was Pew, P-E-W, they do these
polls?
Yeah, they do things. And they asked the question, I may be a little bit wrong here, but they said they do it, and they say, are you better off today than somebody in your situation, middle class, whatever you are, were 40 years ago? That's the question.
Yeah.
What do you think the answer was?
This is an insane statistic. I've seen this research. They're like that people are making inflation adjusted the same wage that they were making 50 years ago.
I don't mean that. I don't even mean statistically. I'm going beyond that.
Are you better off than somebody?
How do you feel? Do you think somebody in your condition was living better 40 years ago, or are you living better today?
I think the average person would say no.
That's right. That's an astonishing. All right, so let's go through the economics of it, then we'll go through the broader issue. Economics. This is an amazing fact. And again, it's something that people don't talk about because you got a lot of the Republicans want to make change. It's almost always the wrong kind of change. And the Democrats want to maintain the status quo, which is unsustainable.
Yeah.
That's what the choices that people have.
Yeah.
All right.
But sometimes, if the status quo is horrible, any change looks better. And I think
Which is why Donald Trump is the president.
that's what I think a lot of Democrats don't understand. Like, you've been very critical. We're lifelong. I can't speak for everybody, but like, I grew up in New York City. I'm a lifelong Democrat, and we were very critical of the Democratic establishment. And it was through the lens of, hey, you're not addressing the concerns of the people. And by doing that, we were framed in a way that I think, and we continue to be framed in a way I think it was very unfair.
Oh, you don't know nothing about being framed.
It's a
I don't feel sorry for you. I'm sorry.
But it's just a refusal to look in the mirror.
That's exactly
And
right.
yeah.
All right, here's a fact. This is an astounding fact. Nobody talks about it. And this is the other thing. More important than anything else is people want to say, do you know what is going on in my life?
Yeah.
And if you don't talk about that reality, no one's going to trust you at all.
Yeah.
All right, fact.
But let's call people Latinx, Bernie.
That's right. That's the issue. Over the last 52 years, I'm off a little bit here, but more or less I'm right. Over the last 52 years, there's been an explosion in technology, right? This stuff that we're looking at did not exist. There's more precision, correct?
Absolutely.
How much inflation account is the way obviously all of that productivity increasing, things are making more money, right?
Not 100%.
In fact, there's a little bit less in housing costs.
Because TVs are cheaper, you think that you're living a more luxurious
But
lifestyle.
take a deep breath about that fact. What does it say? Meanwhile, during that same period of time, there was a massive, according to RAND Corporation, not a socialist organization, there was a massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%.
But Bernie, surely they're paying taxes on all that new profits
right.
they're making, right?
Right.
And
They're not.
surely
Right. But that is getting back to this important issue, which I kind of started, what is reality? So if you're the average worker out there,
Yes, sir.
you're seeing people on the street getting rich. You're no better off. And by the way, it's going to be right? That's reality. Who the hell is talking about? A, what is it? And B, what the hell?
That was the appeal of Trump, is he appeared to us.
Exactly.
The Democrats are kind of condescending and ignorant.
Right. Essentially, Democrats say, status quo is working okay. We're going to tinker around the edges, make a little bit of a change here. Trump says the whole
It's
goddamn
horrible.
system is broken.
Yeah.
But he said, I will fix it.
Yeah.
Well, his solutions will make it worse. But he at least acknowledged that the system is broken. Democrats don't.
They don't acknowledge it. And there's a lot of finger wagging, or at least recently. I didn't feel that when I was growing up, but at least recently there's a lot of finger wagging. And then there's almost like this detachment from working class people, which is really sad because you'll see them echo certain sentiments. They'll be like, look at the Biden stock market. And it's like, guys, 50% of Americans aren't even invested in the fucking stock market. Like, you're so detached from working class people, you don't even know the talking points to make them feel good about the economy. Right. So how
Can't
do
even
you,
lie to them properly.
Yeah, it's like so what happened? How do we get here with the Democrat establishment?
It's a great question.
Well, and the answer is that we do know, and that is during the 70s, 60s, Democrats caught on that you could raise a lot of money from wealthy people, and that so it gets back to campaign financing and all that stuff. So you got a Democratic establishment now, which is funded by wealthy people. You have consultants who are really way out of touch with reality, who make a whole lot of money in campaigns. And working class is ignored. Donald Trump comes along and says, I care about you, which was a lie. So
I don't know if that's a lie. I'd give pushback on that. I think that it has to be proven that it's a lie.
All right, I'll prove it.
Yes, thank you. And you're right, I could look through rose-colored glasses, but the idea, I think that when people are struggling, anybody who goes, hey, I'm going to help you out. Like, I'm sure when Obama, I remember the impact of Obama.
Change.
He ran on reform, and he ran on hope, right?
Yes.
He ran on this idea of we're going to make it better for you, instead of Kamala seemed to run on this idea of, hey, it's good, we're going to keep doing the exact same thing. Right. Which is a losing strategy.
You got it.
So
that was her bloody consult. I mean, I know Kamala. She's a friend. She's very smart. That was what a bloody consultants told her to say. I begged them. I'm just between you.
Why
I mean, it
can't
was-
she push back? Like at a certain, like,
That's right. You're right. Look, there's no argument.
and this is the problem I think a lot of voters had is like they didn't even know if it was her. We didn't even know if Biden was president. We didn't even know if these were her talking points. And we felt that over the last 4 elections, Democrats, we felt that we didn't have a say on who could be president. We talk a lot about the Republicans being autocrats and oligarchs and taking over democracy, but from the Democrat perspective, and I'm a lifelong Democrat, I felt like the Democratic Party completely removed the democratic process from its constituents. And I think they need to have some accountability of that.
No argument here.
I donated for you. I mean, I wanted you to 2016. I was like, this is going to happen. This guy's going to do it, and it felt like they stole it from me. And I'll be honest, it broke my heart when you supported them.
Look, but you have, in the world that I live in, you got a choice. And I mean, a lot of people, including my wife, but you're down to a choice. Is it going to be Hillary Clinton or is it going to be Donald Trump? Not a great choice.
But it ended up being him anyway, so why don't we burn it down?
Well, because it's easy to say. Burning it down means that children are not going to have food to eat, that the schools will deteriorate, people will not have health care.
I got it.
And I'm an elected official. I got to represent the people.
That's fair.
And I can't turn my back on.
But then could we not also say if ostensibly there hasn't been a fair primary for the Democrats since 2008, are they not also a threat to democracy? We often hear.
Fair enough. That is. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that point. And that's why I'm proudly an independent. What we're trying to do now, and I will just reinforce the point both of you made. The hatred that we felt in 2016 and 2020 from the Democratic establishment. I'll give you an example. We would do rallies and we had thousands of people, often young people of color coming out, working class people coming out. They were great, full of energy. Yeah. And then we'd go to Democratic Party events. There'd be a few hundred people, mostly older, whiter, wealthier. And we saw the clash. And the establishment did not want to open the door. All these people's hands were dirty. PhDs, imagine you ain't getting in. Yeah, we will fight you in the most ruthless ways that we can. And that's the struggle. They can open the door, or they're prepared to lose elections and maintain. It's not to go down with the Titanic.
I think you're forcing the door open because it seems like that's what's happening right now.
Exactly what we're trying to do right now. In the last month, we have enlisted some, I think, the latest 7,000 people who are prepared to run for office from school board to Congress. Wow. Not all of them will run, but they've shown interest. There are training programs that we're undertaking with other groups right now. And by the way, a good percentage of them don't want to run as Democrats, they want to run as independents.
So do you sense from the Democratic establishment that they're more willing to listen to people like you, or are you guys just going to have to kind of take it by force and win elections?
Are they, well, I don't want to, are they more willing to listen to me? No, they're not.
But they'll take on some of your ideas for salvation. They realize
Often
they can't ignore it.
Often lip service.
Yeah.
Yes, they will take on the ideas, but these guys, they want to protect what they have. So your question is you would say, look, okay. And by the way, Joe Biden, to his credit, I know everyone beats up on Biden, but what Biden did, unlike Hillary Clinton did, is he and his people saw that we had a movement. And what he did was prepared to put together task forces. We sat down with their people. And we brought people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and some of the strongest we'll sit down with establish and come up with a program. A lot of what went into the American Rescue Plan, which got us out of the COVID pandemic economically pretty well, and some other stuff. So the Biden people were more open to sitting down, understanding that we represented millions of people than other people in the past, or are right now.
I feel like most politicians are swayed by money and lobbyists, and that I wouldn't say dictates, but it definitely influences their decisions. You feel like one of the most honest politicians. Can you tell me what other politicians have the Bernie stamp of approval that they're like honest?
Yeah, who's not bought?
Oh, there are a number of people. Look, one of the successes that we've had that doesn't get a lot of attention is in the House of Representatives now. There are dozens and dozens of young, often people of color, often women, who are there. I mean, Alexandria is maybe the best known, but Pramila Jayapal from Washington State, Greg Kazan from Texas, Mark Buchan from Wisconsin. There are many of them. And they're doing a great job. And they don't take corporate PAC money, and they stand up for the working class.
By the way, guys, this episode has also been brought to you by Stake, okay? Stake is the leader in global betting in U.S. social casinos. Bet on top sports and political events and use the promo code FLAGRANT for your welcome bonus. Okay, we know we got the NBA playoffs cooking right now. You know that we're going to have some elections coming up. If you want to get busy and get some skin in the game, you know where to do it. Stake has got your back. Remember, use that promo code FLAGRANT for that welcome bonus. Now let's get back to the show.
Another form of, I think, corruption that many Americans see within both Democrats and Republicans is this idea of stock trading. And they see that as kind of like another way to take some money off the top. And people have talked about Nancy Pelosi and her husband, for example, but I think it happens across the aisle. What is your take on that issue, and is there a way to curb that? Or is
I don't own any stocks, so it's not my thing to follow it. I'm not sure that has... if the implication is that these members of Congress are aware what's going to happen tomorrow and are putting their stock... I'm not sure how... I'm sure it happens. I don't know how prevalent it is. But what was interesting, by the way, on that subject, you may recall just, was it a month ago, where Donald Trump said something like, what, today is a great day to invest, and lo and behold, he changes his views on the tariffs.
Yeah.
You know, do I think insiders knew something about that? Probably.
That felt awesome when he did that.
Yeah.
I felt like a politician. Like I was privy to the information that I feel like Pelosi and Schumer are privy to, and the Republicans do it as well. I don't want to make it a partisan issue, but like it felt, I think a lot of Americans, instead of rejecting this insider trading idea, finally felt like the train wasn't running away without them.
We're there. We were on the inside.
Exactly. Where it would be great if nobody did it. Like that's the ideal situation. But I think a lot of times what we've seen is like this great frustration with government, and then whomever pulls the veil off, there is an appreciation of it rather than a rejection that there is corruption in general.
Got it. All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right. Do we talk enough about where we want to be as a nation? And I think culturally, what Trump represents to me, he lies all of the time. He is interested in himself and more money. And almost what bothers me is that is the kind of culture that we advertise to young people. This is the world. If you lie and you cheat and you steal, you soon someday can be a multi-billionaire. Is that where we want to go as a nation? And what's the alternative?
I think the most important question is, what do we want as Americans? And I think it is hard to, I think the way that we teach it in school is that people came here for freedom. And I think if we were being
This is a crazy story, but we went to this volcanic island in the Galapagos, a place that the California Academy of Science had only ever collected one other individual of the species in history, 114 years prior. But I met a scientist who's like, I swear to you, Forrest, when I was there, I found bite marks in a cactus, I found tracks, there's a tortoise on that island. So we found this, and I'm like freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, there is a tortoise here. I was holding in my hand, to this day, the rarest animal in the world, the Fernandina Island tortoise. And we found 8 species that had been declared extinct.
All right, what was the first one you found?
Weird story. Off the coast of Africa is the island of Zanzibar. We went there to look for a rumored leopard that had been extinct for 30 or 40 years. And in Papua New Guinea, we're hiking up this river to look for this tribe that worships sharks. And I look up, and there's a skull on a stick, a human skull. Let's go in and check that out. And there's a cave opening. So we go in the cave opening, and I'm like, oh, I don't think we're supposed to be here. And I come out, and the tribal warriors are standing there watching me. And they're like, why are you in our cave? It's really bizarre. So
Hey guys, if you're not subscribed, please smash that subscribe button and hit that like button on the video. And if you don't have time to watch this episode right now, no problem, but I'd really appreciate it if you would save it to your watch later playlist. Finally, if you'd like to follow me on Instagram and X, those links are in my description below. Thank you. so much going on. I've been listening to you for years. I'm a big fan of what you do, so I'm really glad we finally got you in here.
Yeah, man.
But how did you get the name Forrest, by the way? I always wondered that.
Dude, my mom's name is Jacaranda, which is a tree. My sister's name is Summer. I'm just lucky that my career coincided with the fact that my parents were hippies. You know, like it's not a TV name or a stage name or anything like that, which I often get asked. I'm like, no, just use my regular name.
It is a great name, Forrest Galante.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just really lucky my parents were hippies.
But you grew up out in Zimbabwe. You were telling me since you were like. Until you're about 14?
That's right. Yeah. So raised in Zimbabwe, actually born in the States, but flew over when I was a baby. My parents just did that, so I'd have a U.S. passport because my dad was American. And then flew over there, was there till I was 14. Family ran safari businesses, did a bunch of farming out in the Shamba district. It was great. Great childhood.
Yeah, what was that like? Were you totally was it completely rural, or were you in like a town area? What was growing up like there?
So I lived on a farm in a very rural area, but 45 minutes from the country's capital, Harare. So not not like we were in the sticks, like growing up on a farm, but it's not like being 45 minutes outside of New York. You're still in New York basically.
Right.
This is like we were out there, but I'd go into school every day. We had shops and stuff on the way. So Zimbabwe used to be the basket of Africa. It used to be very affluent, country club lifestyle, farming culture. Different than the U.S., but very, very safe, stable politically. Everything. I never say that, but more stable politically. And then it just went to hell in the early 2000s. The Robert Mugabe regime, so the ZANU-PF political party, tried to retain power in the land reform campaign, which was where the president said that basically blamed all the white people that were in the country, some of which, like my family, was sixth generation, for it was a really like a hate campaign to keep power. And so he it's similar to the genocide type of thing we're having in South Africa now. And he promoted the uprising of taking land back by, quote, war veterans from the Indonesian wars. Which these war veterans were 14 years old at AK-47 and had never seen a war. So it wasn't really war veterans. But yeah, there was just a lot of instability. The country went from the richest country in Africa to one of, if not the poorest country in the world in 10 years. So big turmoil, upset, gunfights. I mean, everything. Things got bad, torture, all kinds of stuff.
And that's what caused you guys to leave.
Yeah, so we were one of the last farms in an area that was slowly seized by this land reform. And because our farm was so small, we only had a 200-acre farm compared to some of our neighbors, which were hundreds of thousands of acres. We were one of the last farms to get seized. And because my mom was a single mother and it was 2 kids, instead of just kill her, they're like, you can leave if you want, but if you don't, we'll kill you.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
At least you could leave.
Yeah, so we did.
Shit,
it was violent. It was a crazy night, everything else, but we got out of there. Came to the States.
That's pretty traumatic at like 14 to be, like your whole reality just gets warped overnight.
Yeah, it was definitely a big shift. Like you said, everything changed overnight. And I mean, I remember, they came, like the war veterans came up the driveway. We like lived on top of a kopje, which is in Africa. It's like a granite hilltop, and our house was on top. And they came up, surrounded the house with guns and stuff. There'd been lots going on. We'd been in shootouts before that. Our neighbors had gone through punguis, which is political indoctrination through torture. I mean, all kinds of stuff. There'd been a lot. So it wasn't like completely unexpected, but being Zimbabwean, we just dug our heels in instead of anyway, I just remember they came up, gave my mom the ultimatum. She's like, go and hide in your room, blah, blah, blah. And I like got my knife and I had a bunch of guns. I was a kid, right? Like in Africa. And I'm gonna go. She's like, no, you're not. Don't get in the car.
Oh my God. So you guys had been in shootouts before that?
Yeah, we'd only been in one.
Were you doing the shooting?
Well, it's kind of funny because I was a kid, right? I was 14.
I don't know if it's funny, but...
Well, call it fair enough. But I was 14 and I had a pellet gun at the time. And there have been a couple things. Like I'd been shot at by our dam. Well, I used to ride my little motorcycle down by the neighbor's fence line, down by our dam. So I'd been shot at once there. And then one day coming home from school, we got followed to the gate because we had a gate, big farm. And as we were waiting for the gate to open, like slow automatic gate, we had 2 cars pull in behind us, start shooting. My mom pulled her revolver out, started shooting out, like
oh my God.
back window blew up. She started shooting out the back. And And like I grabbed my pellet gun and started shooting like that was gonna do anything, you know. And then we like drove off, and our security guard came out, started shooting, and they drove off. So we'd had, you know, I don't know if it was a close call, but closer than most people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different than growing up in South Jersey for sure.
Or Santa
where I'm
Barbara.
from. Or yes,
Yeah.
definitely Santa Barbara where you're from too. But I guess shit gets real fast, and then, you know, you're growing up though in a country that had been doing well, but it's out there. It's so different. It's not, you're not growing up in suburbia or
Right.
something like that. You're
Right.
growing up among some of the most amazing bush in the world,
Right.
where you have creatures that, you know, most people will never see
Exactly.
in their lifetime. So when you were really little, did I imagine you had an appreciation of that pretty quickly?
Yeah, my whole childhood was spent, if I wasn't in school, I was in the bush, whether that was just on the farm where we still had leopards and things like that coming to the farm all the time.
Coming to the farm.
Yeah, because we were just outside of the city, you know, like out in Zimbabwe. It's not much different to having mountain lions on your property here, you know. Not here, but in
I was gonna say,
California,
I haven't
maybe.
seen one on the streets of Hoboken.
Yeah, not on the 5th floor. But then when I wasn't on the farm, wasn't in school, we were in the bush because my family ran safari businesses. So we spent a ton of time in the bush in the Zambezi Valley and had, you know, the Big Five and all the snakes and all the spiders and elephants and blah, 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 blah. So it was pretty awesome. And I had a deep appreciation for wildlife. So when I left there at 14, that was the thing I missed the most, more than the big house or the dogs or the farm or the friends or anything. It was just the wildlife and the freedom of the bush of Africa.
Mm. So you left a lot of friends behind too who didn't get out.
Yeah, I mean, almost everybody left. So now my friends are scattered across the planet, a bunch in Australia, a bunch in England, a bunch in South Africa, Botswana. I think we're the only ones who came to the U.S. as far as one friend in South Carolina. But, you know, a couple people, just everybody left, basically. Like, the country collapsed, the economy collapsed, everybody left. We were lucky. We got out as, like, refugees because my dad was an American.
Right.
But, yeah, it was not great, so everybody kind of took off.
Yeah, it had to be really hard for your mom too, because she spent, it sounds like, most of her life there as well.
Yeah.
in
Oh, yeah.
Zimbabwe.
6th generation.
Yeah.
Or she was 5th generation, I guess. But, yeah, no, my family had been there a long time, didn't know anything else. Left there when the Zimbabwean dollar had already collapsed. So we had $400 to our name when we left.
Oh my
So we literally left with nothing. Yeah.
What'd you do when you came to the U.S.?
Went on welfare, went into government housing in Oakland, California. And Oakland in the early 2000s is not the trendy coffee shop Oakland that it is now. Yeah, it was pretty rough. So we bounced around, welfare housing. My mom got really sick, probably from the stress and everything else, got a pulmonary embolism. So we landed, she went straight into the hospital. Single mom, 2 kids. We were sleeping on the hospital floor. It was crazy. But yeah, went through it all and then came out the other side and started to build a life. And now I get to do what I love.
Yeah, it turned out great.
Yeah.
But you have to grow up fast when something like that happens.
You know, where I grew up, you had to grow up fast anyway. Like I said, I was in shootouts. My mom was a single mother in a culture that doesn't value or allow women to have authority or leadership. So I had to kind of run the farm as a 14-year-old. I didn't really run it. My mom would run it, but I'd give the orders and things so they'd listen. So, you know, I was driving to school when I was like 13 years old. Yeah, not legally, but that's what you do in Zimbabwe. You know, nobody cares. So I had grown up a lot already. I was still immature. I was still 13, 14-year-old, whatever. But
were you the older sibling?
Yeah,
too?
older sibling. Yeah. So I when I came to the United States, although I was weird and wore little cocky shorts and had a funny accent and a bad haircut, I was much more mature than my peers, if that makes sense.
So you had a bad accent then?
I tried everything when I was 14 when I came over to lose my accent.
Were you British kind of accent?
Zimbabwean accent. It's just if you've ever seen Blood Diamond, it's Leonardo DiCaprio's accent. He's Rhodesia, which is what Zimbabwe was. Same exact accent. I mean, his is pretty rough, but that's exactly what all my friends sounded like, all their parents, so on and so forth.
They said that's one of the hardest accents to have to, like, for an actor to have to perform in a movie.
Apparently, yeah.
It's so unique.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you got rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't try. I just wanted to sound like everybody else so that I didn't stand out. And 14 is right at that cusp, they say, where you either retain it or don't retain it. And I didn't. And in hindsight, I kind of wish I had, you know, or like tried to sound like myself. But at the time, I was like, I can't do this because, you know, we don't say hard A's. And like, I was trying very hard to blend in.
What was it like going now living in Oakland. You didn't just move to America. You moved right into a city, like a completely different environment. What was school like? What was your life like?
It was all very, very shocking. Like, we came over, my little sister and I. My mom went to the hospital. We were sleeping on the hospital floor for a couple weeks. Then we went into welfare housing, which was crazy in itself. And then, like, I remember the first day I was kind of like go run around. I literally threw on my little khaki shorts and ran out to go check out the streets. And I was doing crazy stuff. Like, I was hanging out in Tilden National Park, which is like a park. It's like what's called Central Park, but much, much smaller. And I'm nipples deep in a pond catching newts while there's like people walking by in their like North Face gear and stuff. Because I'm a wildlife guy. I'm catching animals. And then I remember like trying to go and play, and like I saw a bunch of like African American kids. I was like, oh, I'll go play with them. Same as where I grew up. A bunch of black kids in Zimbabwe, a bunch of African American kids here. I go like run over to play with them and like hang out, and like they're playing basketball. I'm like, yeah, how's it going? Can I have a Joel with you boys? And they're like, get the out of here, man. I'm like, whoa. I'm sorry, like I'm so scared. I wasn't trying to cause any problems.
You're gonna get another shot.
Yeah, dude, totally. So it was very shocking in that regard. And I was angry as well. We'd lost everything. I remember seeing my dog run down the driveway as we pulled out. Never see her again. Stuff like that. And so I got in a lot of fights. Was going in a bad direction, I'd say, because I was getting in fist fights on the street all the time, causing trouble. Really being a bad kid, but I was an angry kid. I was very aggressive, trying to stand up for what I believed in. Anytime somebody would make fun of my accent, I'd punch him in the face, which in Oakland is not a good thing to do. Yeah. So my mom was like, we got to get out of here. So she grabbed me and my sister, and we flew down to Los Angeles to pick up my mom's sister's car. So my mother's sister had lived in LA for like 6 or 8 years at that point. And we went to to borrow a car so that we had a way to get around. And on the way back, we drove up coastal California, up Highway 1, which was like that picturesque, driving down the 101 California. And we landed in a tiny little town called Cayucas, California. 4,000 people, tiny little town, no trouble to get in. So my mom was like, we're going to try and move here. So
this episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Y'all know I'm riding high this year after my Philadelphia Eagles won yet another Super Bowl. That's 2 in the past decade, just for people keeping track out there. And now we're starting the season looking to defend our title once again. But along the way, you can also have fun on Prize Picks by making choices on what your favorite players or least favorite players will or will not do in the game. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. Will Joe Burrow have more or less than 2.5 passing TDs against the Browns? Will Justin Jefferson go over 100 yards against the Bears? Or will Derrick Henry get in the end zone 1.5 times or more against the Bills? Your choice and your chance to win cash prizes on Prize Picks. Prize Picks also invented the flex play, which means you can still cash out even if your lineup isn't perfect. It's also very easy to use. You can make your picks in less than 60 seconds, and all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account this football season. This is the best place to win cash while watching sports, everybody. So join millions of users and sign up today. You can download the Prize Picks app and use code Julian to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You can use the link in my description below to download the app, or you can also access it via the Apple App Store or the Google App Store. Once again, that's code Julian to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It's good to be right.
took the whatever it was, like the welfare money that we got monthly, went to a tiny little studio, moved to Cayucas, got out of Oakland, took a few weeks, but got out of there as quickly as possible, and then just started to rebuild a life. Just started to. My mom got a job as a waitress. My sister and I went to public high school there. Just started to rebuild. Yeah.
Now, are you? You obviously had the itch to be around wildlife, and you can't replace what you were doing in Zimbabwe. But at what point did, outside of trying to catch some animals in the pond in Oakland, at what point did you start kind of dipping your toes in that again?
So straight away, like it never went away. So like I said, I was chasing animals in Oakland. I mean, I remember, this is probably illegal, but statute of limitations. Like I remember trying to catch seagulls on the beaches, and as soon as I got back as soon as we were in Cayucas and all that.
You can't do that?
I don't know. Probably not legally.
Yeah.
By the way, great trick. Probably shouldn't be promoting this. You put a towel down, you lay flat, put a towel down, put some bread on the towel, and then the seagulls come to eat the bread, and you jump up like that and catch a seagull. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm gonna try it out.
Yeah.
Get some radioactive waves in my body.
But when we moved to Cayucas really small. There's literally nothing but rugged coastline to the north, little town called Morro Bay to the south, east is mountains, farmland, west is ocean. And straight away, I was like, all right, I'm here. Like, I was still pretty naughty, so I was skipping school. Here's what happened, to be honest with you, Julie. Like, when you come to America and they don't beat you when you do something wrong in school, you're like, wait a minute. If I goof off, I get to go home for longer? Like, if I don't do my homework, they tell me to stay at home?
Yeah.
So my grades plummeted, all that. The system didn't make sense to me. I grew up in a very strict school system where if you didn't turn in your homework, you got 6 lashings with a cane. Yeah, very different.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, very different. So this was very, very different. So it was like, you didn't do your homework? Okay, we're going to affect your grade. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Like, this
Go
is some
for it.
pussy
Sounds
shit right
great.
here.
Yeah, nobody's going to beat me. Like, that's awesome. So I'd skip the school, and I'd go, like, running up into the mountains above Cayucas, trespassing, hanging out on private property, like, on farmlands, trying to find mountain lions and catch coyotes and do all this stupid shit. And I found out very quickly that Central California is very tame, boring. You know, like a lot of the trees have been cut down. There's a lot of, you know, happy cows come from California thing. It's just like rolling hills of grass and stuff. And, you know, there's a bald eagle once in a while, but there's like nothing there compared to the bush of Africa. So I wasn't at all like stimulated by the wildlife above the surface, but I was living on the beach in Cayucas. So one day I was skateboarding down through this tiny little town, and I saw a yard sale, and there was a little bucket out, and it was like honor system donation kind of thing. And I bought a pole spear and a mask and snorkel for $1. So I put $1 in, and the guy was there, so he was cool with it. I wasn't like I stole it for $1, but he's like, "Yeah, go for it, kid." So I took a pole spear. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's like a stick or a Hawaiian sling. It's like a stick with a trident on the end, a rubber band, like a hand-powered spear.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
And a mask and snorkel. I bought them for $1, and I grabbed this mask and snorkel and this pole spear and a pair of board shorts in about 58-degree water because it's Central California, and hopped in the ocean. And straight away I was hooked. There were big sea lions, and there were leopard sharks and swell sharks and horn sharks, and I could hunt for fish, and I could shoot lingcod and shoot perch, and I just got hooked. And so that became my new like wildlife addiction, I guess. I found above the surface in California to be tame, and then I found below the surface to be like wild and rugged and all the things that
Like,
the
that's where I'm
Zimbabwe-
going.
Exactly, the Zimbabwean bush had. So I was like, that's it. So I just started focusing all my free time on being in the water.
What do they have like in Zimbabwe? I mean, you got a river there, right? But you don't. There's no ocean.
No
or
ocean,
anything.
landlocked country. But we have the Zambezi River, which they say you can line head to tail with crocodiles on either side. We've got tiger fish there, which are like cousin of piranha, big crazy teeth.
Sounds awesome.
Beautiful fish, tons of other species, and then all the wildlife, you know, the big five and blah 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 blah. So it was just full of wildlife, but no diving, no fishing. So the ocean was completely foreign to me. And I'd get out there because I couldn't afford a wetsuit, and I'd be in my board shorts as long as, you know, but when you're a kid, you don't feel the cold, right? Yeah, and it was awesome, and I just fell in love with the ocean. So I just pursued that all through high school, and I got pretty good at surfing, and I'd dive, and I'd just be a California boy, you know, spend time in the ocean.
Yeah, I think like the adventurer side of you served you well to be out in California. It's a good place to have that trait.
Yeah, if I moved to Nebraska, I'm not sure what would have happened. Yeah.
I mean, there's a few cows out there.
That's
some
true.
Horses, but not much else.
That's right.
But did you start thinking to yourself you want to be like a scientist involved with wildlife, or were you just like, I'm gonna find my way to wildlife as an adventurer, and we'll figure it out later? Was there any plan?
No plan. Well, I shouldn't say that. I had a plan, or rather a thought, which was, okay, as soon as I graduate from high school, I'm going to go back to Zimbabwe and become a safari guide. Because the bush was still safe in Zimbabwe, right? Because there was no land to be stolen or political turmoil or whatever if you're out in the bush. So I always thought as soon as I turn 18, I'm let's say 15, 16 at this point in time. As soon as I turn 18, save up money. You know, I was working odd jobs, mowing lawn, stuff like that. Go back to Zimbabwe, become a PH, professional hunter, which is the not an actual hunter, but the accreditation you need to become a safari guide. Become a PH, go live in the bush, run safaris.
How realistic is it to be completely out in the bush though, 365 days a year?
Not
like
at all. You can't do
gonna
it.
say.
But I was 16. You know, you live in a little fantasy world. But I was doing that, I was chasing the ocean and stuff, and then I met a girl. So I met a girl. Yeah, that's what happens. And she's like, I'm going to UCSB. And I was like, what's UCSB? And she's like, it's the greatest school in the world, blah, blah, blah. Well, turns out UCSB is a great wildlife biology program. Or biology, not really wildlife biology. And so a very long story because I had terrible grades, as I mentioned, and we can get into it if you like. But I somehow, through amazing situations and events, got into UCSB. And then when I was there,
So you turned it around.
I turned it around.
I need that story. How'd you turn it around?
Why not? So this girl tells me she's going to UCSB. Beautiful little blonde girl named Jessica, blah, blah, blah. She tells me she's going to UCSB. And
This
I'm
isn't your wife now?
This is my wife now.
Oh, it is your wife.
It is, yeah.
All right. So it
is.
worked out. Look at this.
It worked out,
Happy
yeah.
ending.
It's my wife, mother of 2 kids, everything. And they're nice kids. I'd like to meet their dad. She's going to kill me. So she tells me about UCSB. I go down there for a college tour. The high school counselor literally tells me, she's like, you shouldn't go for a college tour. You're never going to get into university. Like, you can't go to a 4-year school. Like, your grades suck and you're an idiot. And I was like, okay. And I went anyway. And this is so iconically sums up how I was at that age. I'm 16, 17, whatever it is, years old when you go on college tour, you know? The only college I go to before is UCSB. And I'm like getting more and more bored walking around UCSB, hearing about, you know, the whole of arts and lectures or whatever. So I bail. I just sneak off from the tour group. And I just bail out from the tour group and start walking around, showing myself around. All of a sudden, I'm like, damn, there's a lot of hot chicks here. Like, oh, cool. There's the rugby program. Like, I was a big rugby player. So I'm like, there's the rugby program. Sick. I could play rugby. And I'm like poking around, like just cruising by myself, being a little and walk into this building. And I'm walking through this building, and all of a sudden I look through a window, and there's like a huge terrarium filled with stick insects.
A terrarium?
Like a reptile cage.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but this one was filled with stick insects. You know what those are?
No.
It's like a bug that looks like a stick. And so I see this.
I'll pull that up on. Keep going.
Yeah, go for it. So I see this big cage filled with stick bugs, and I'm like, oh, sick. I love stick insects. And I was always a nerd. Like, I tried to cover it up by playing rugby and, you know, being funny and cool and all that, but I was always a big nerd.
They're huge.
Some of them, yeah, that's the gargantuan stick insect. But some of them are small. There's a ton of species. And I see this terrarium. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's cool. Like, this is at a UCSB, like, office. So I walk around from the window where I spot it, open the door, and let myself into this room. And it's some guy's office. You know, there's a desk, there's piles of papers and a computer and this terrarium filled with stick insects. And I'm like peeking around. I'm such a little shit. You know, I'm like 17 years old, peeking around. I'm looking. And this guy walks in, big burly guy, big beard, booming voice. And he goes, what are you doing in my office? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, but did you know that you have a giganticus here? And there's also, you know, it's kind of interesting. This shouldn't be a mixed species habitat because these ones are more aggressive than these and blah, blah. And this guy just listens to me. And he listens. He goes, what's your name, boy? And I'm like, oh, my name's Forrest. You know, still very polite and respectful. Shipping. I was raised in this very strict Zimbabwean school system. And he's like, what's your name, boy? And I'm like, oh, my name's Forrest Galante Serbato. He's like, you're in my office, blah, blah, blah. And so he listens to me like rattle off a bunch of facts about stick bugs. And I'm like, you know, I probably shouldn't mix ones from Asia with ones from Africa, aggressive, super dominant, blah, blah. He's just sort of listening quietly. What are you doing here? I was like, oh, I'm on. He's like, well, what, you know, what program? Oh, and I'm, you know, looking to go to, like, on college tours. He's like, write your name down.
What's your GPA?
Down. Yeah, he asked all these things. And so he didn't ask me about my grades, but turns out, long story made short, I was in the dean, I think it was the dean, but I was in one of the professors of the College of Creative Studies, which was like this experimental program. I was in a kid degree in physics, and she was building rockets and shit. And just by pure happenstance, I snuck into this guy's office. He was the professor of entomology of insects. I started prattling off all these facts, and he liked me because here was this 15-year-old kid talking about stick bugs and teaching him a thing or two. I don't know if I really did, but he pretended I did, about stick bugs. He contacted my high school and said, we want to get this kid in here. So they let me in on academic probation Yeah, and it was the only school I applied to or anything. And they let me into UCSB because I had shit grades on academic probation into this specialized school. I had to write an essay, I had to explain, I'd been a good student in Zimbabwe, but then I came over here and I was a shithead.
You guys didn't beat me with a cane, so...
I had to explain it all, yeah, but it all kind of worked out. So I ended up going to UCSB.
Did your girl get in?
My girl got in,
All right,
yeah.
that's good.
Yep, so we were together and, typical college relationship kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. But all was good, and there are schools that offer this, I think, Clemson and places like that, where you can be hands-on with wildlife, which is all I ever wanted. UCSB didn't offer that, and it was the only place I could go. So I went to UCSB instead of heading back to Zimbabwe to be a safari guide. Naturally, if I can't be hands-on with animals, I'll be a biologist, right? Like I get to work, be a wildlife biologist. So I went into the biology program. Had a roller coaster of college, but tons of fun. Played on the rugby team all 4 years. Was involved with a frat and chased girls around and all the stuff you do in college. But
so you took a little break.
Well, not really, but college, college.
Okay.
But no real break was taken.
Enemies are
but,
dropping into the area. Watch the skies. We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up. Stand by.
Settled. By the time I was
Enemies dropping into the AO. Something you want to see, soldier? Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
I got super into herps, into herpetology.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I know. Can you please?
The barbecue version. Being the number one.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest. 20 minutes. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy soldier incoming. 5 kills. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
The guy coming inside.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Loadout drop headed your way. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy dropping into the AR.
Switching mags.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
I took a hit. Revive myself.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Reloading.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I'm cooking now.
Located the rest of them. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunted. Enemy destroyed. Use your tag map to hunt down the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Sit down when I'm talking to you.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Additional target added.
Cash here.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Reloading. Last mag.
Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Clearing other targets during contract timeline. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunted.
Loading new mag. I'm injured. Enemy spotted.
Switching mags! Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Back in the AO.
Resurging. Go get your revenge. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Your squad mates are redeployed. Well done.
Shit, I'm down. Under fire.
You've got time for another bound.
Let's get to
Get
work.
ready. You're redeploying. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Did I do a bot? No way. There's a bot in the smoke. Let's shoot at the heli.
I'm hit.
Shoot at the heli. Bot and kill me.
All bounty targets
Back in
destroyed.
the AO.
Hell of a job. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
Inserting armor.
Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Reloading.
Enemy soldier incoming. UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy UAV overhead.
Requesting recon above. Switching mags.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six. Enemy dropping into the AO. Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
Loading new mag.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. You have reinforcements inbound.
Eyes on enemy.
Fire
Hostile shooter.
sales over. Adjusting prices.
Eyes on enemy. Requesting recon above their armor. Inserting armor. Reloading.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Broke their armor.
Resurgence has closed. No more second chances.
Taking fire. Inserting armor. Hostile shooter. Loading new mag.
Additional contract online. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. All bounty targets are KIA. Your squad's in the safe zone. Additional target added while time remains. You've made it to the top 5. 5 squads. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Switching mags. Inserting armor.
Only 2 left. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
Inserting armor.
Requesting recon above. All stations. No enemy movement detected at this time. Area's clear.
Easy.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Ruck up. You're heading to the war zone. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone. Resurgence.
Yeah, go for it.
Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Alright, soldier. Marcus Rockwood in this squad. Let's go get after him. Enemy soldier incoming. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Final mag.
Locating the rest of them.
Enemy grenade.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Reloading.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. You've got a loadout drop inbound. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Mark the remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Just to hit the scanner too. Maybe get lucky with the purple keeper.
Okay.
Scanner right here.
Yeah, I got that
on the
already.
purple keeper like probably like 4 times.
Oh, you can get it 4 times? What? Just money?
Yeah. I mean, no, because when you get the purple one,
Enemy
it gives
dropping
you 5
into the
different
AO.
buys.
Loading new mag. Get it done.
Specialists and 1
Get your
loading
squad
for
to
free.
the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
It's pretty cool, and all you need to do is just to turn it in. So
Enemy spot.
you don't have to worry about it. One of us had the keyboard to turn it in. Just die, respawn. We can get specialists anywhere in the map for free.
Sick, I didn't know that. Example.
Let's get to work.
Stand by for redeployment.
I mean, the homies usually gotta hit it every game. If you don't got teammates, you got the fast revive.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Ahead.
Pretty cool. Have even
All bounty targets KIA. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting. down.
Taking fire.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Enemy soldier incoming.
Loading new mag.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Cross-shell shooter. Under fire.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Tackle. Doctor requesting napalm strike.
Counter UAV available for that.
Badly, very badly. I pushed 4 people by myself. Hey,
Switching mags.
They're by you. Yeah, they're that side. This whole team.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy UAV is online. Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
Counter UAV. Counter UAV, boss. Broke their armor. Loading new mag.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy soldiers incoming. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
That was close.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is moving. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Eyes on enemy. Hostile shooter. Disregard. Cancel that. That was close. Switching mags.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Got it.
Squad mate event. Time to reduce. Well done. The enemy is no longer tracking you. You lost them.
Enemy spotted.
You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map. Good kill.
Coming through.
Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Back in the
You're
AO.
getting another chance. Weapons free.
Specialist here. Damn.
Enemy destroyed. Use the tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Enemy soldier incoming.
Hit it. I'm good.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. Squad's in the safe zone. Losing ground. Moving. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your
Okay,
tac
help out
map.
green.
Get hunting. Enemy dropping into the area.
Bye.
Mark remaining operation. Hunt them down. Precision airstrike standing by.
That was close.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Additional contracts online.
Under fire.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunted. Enemy destroyed. Use your attack map to hunt down the rest of them. Additional target added while time remains. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up. Your squad mates took out the most wanted targets. Contract complete. Report is inbound.
Switching mags.
Only 4 remain. Finish the job.
Broke their armor. 15
5 squads
EKIA.
still operational in the AO.
Requesting recon above.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
Target marked. Send it.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
Copy that. Longbow 3-1 is on station. Straight inbound.
ATTR, ready for launch.
You're in the last 2. Now finish this.
Hostile shooter. Head for indicated location. Taking fire.
Inside. One's in the window.
Fire solution was bad. Missed. Hostile thermo. Broke their armor.
Careful.
Oh, that was scary.
Loading. Waypoint marked.
Don't push
Move.
them one by one. Don't push them one. We can move.
Under fire.
Found one. Two people.
Primary objective complete. Good work.
Shit, boy.
So bad.
Easy.
Yeah, man, I didn't know that trick with the money. And specialist.
Yeah. Shit helps, man. 2 OP. You got all the perks in the game, man. You can't beat that.
It's too easy at that point.
Yeah, you get the free loading and everything.
Oh, that's
Could it happen to camera? I ain't going outside today. Could it find my
Check weapons and gear. We're holding for deployment. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Tango deleted. Hostile armor. Taking mags.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone. insurgents. Stay alive and keep one at a time.
Alright,